2024 meeting of the City of Pacifica Planning Commission. This meeting is called to order. May I have roll call, please?
Chair Hauser,
Present.
Vice Chair Ferguson,
Present.
Commissioner Berman,
Here.
Commissioner Devine, Commissioner Godwin, Commissioner Redfield,
Present.
Commissioner Wright.
Present.
Commissioner Wright, would you please lead us in a salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Before we get into administrative business, any member of the public wishing to make public comment on any item should complete a speaker card and bring it to the front and hand it to staff. On the card, please indicate the agenda item number on which you wish to comment or oral communications for items not on the agenda. Members of the public may also participate in the meeting via Zoom or by the dial-in option shown on the screen. And let's show it on the screen, please. 669-900-6833. Once dialed in, enter conference number 811-5615-8241, and then press the pound key. Once I announce the public opportunity for the item on which you wish to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand if dialing by phone, or the raised hand function in Zoom. If dialing in, once identified for your turn to speak, press *6 to unmute yourself, wait a few seconds, and then begin speaking. Be sure to mute any other broadcast you may be watching, such as Channel 26 or the live stream. I will call each speaker, whether in person or by dial-in, for their public comment opportunity. Public meetings are a limited form, meaning that there are rules for commenting at these meetings. Comments and non-agendized items must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, and comments on agendized items must relate to that specific item. If comments do not fall into one of these categories, the city will provide you with an initial warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city you're on topic. If the warning is not followed, the chair will direct the city clerk to cut off the microphone, and throughout this warning system, I will seek the assistance of the city attorney in identifying comments not related to the agenda item or not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. And that takes us to administrative business. I will take public comment on administrative business. This is not oral communications, and this is not for item number 1, which is the quarry. Before we get into that, I would love to understand how many people are on Zoom.
We have 8 attendees at this time.
Okay. So for item number 1, which is the quarry, I am going to, I think, limit public comment to 2 minutes tonight. If a lot more people filter in or appear on Zoom, I want to make sure that everyone has their turn, so we will reconsider at the time of that item. I do not have speaker cards on administrative business, although I have a speaker card for Mark Hubble that does not have any items specified. Mark, is this for... Hi, Mark. Is this for administrative business or oral communications? For the quarry. For the quarry. Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public on Zoom with raised hands?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, then I will close comments on administrative business. With that being said, can someone make a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
I move we approve the agenda as noted.
Second. Okay, please vote.
That motion passes.
Okay. We do not have any approvals of minutes tonight or designations of liaison to City Council, so that brings us to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available to the public to address the Planning Commission on any issue within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission that is not on the agenda. The time allowed for any speaker for this will be 3 minutes. I also do not have speaker cards for oral communications. Happy to take them if there are. Do we have any raised hands?
There are no raised hands.
Okay. Okay. Then I will close oral communications and move on to public hearings. So we are now in continued public hearing, item number 1, which is the quarry. This is file number 2016-001, rezoning RZ-210-22, development plan DP-86-22, specific plan SP-179-22, core use permit UP-71-16, projects variance PV-531-22, tree permit TP-1-22, and final environmental impact report, EIR. Before I ask staff for a staff report, I want to first remind everybody, if you've been here before, or explain if you're new, how this process works. So the first thing we're going to do is hear a staff report from city staff. The commission members will be able to ask any clarifying questions of staff. Then the applicant will be given an opportunity to present for 10 minutes. The commission will have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. Following commission questions, I will open the public hearing, and every person in the room who would like to will have 2 minutes to address the commission on this item. We will then move over to Zoom and the phone. If you would like to speak tonight and have not, please fill out a yellow speaker card and return it to staff. I want to restate something that I've said before, which is we know that there is a lot of passion and emotion about this project, but I ask that folks hold their applause or boos or whatever sort of expressions that they have so that this feels like a fair and safe place to everyone. I would also remind folks that this is being streamed on television, so to please keep your language appropriate for anybody that's watching at home. And with that, I will ask staff for a staff report, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the Planning Commission. My name is Kavita Kumar, and I'm the Interim Community Development Director for the City of Pacifica. I would like to provide a short staff presentation on the continued public hearing to consider the revised Rockaway Quarry Reclamation Plan and discuss the reduced fill alternative that was submitted by the applicant team on July 2nd of this year, in response to comments they received in the March and May Planning Commission meetings. Before I start my presentation, I have a few edits to the staff report that was published on August 14th. These are mainly typographical errors and inadvertent omissions of words or phrases that were noticed after the staff report was published for public view. If you will bear with me, I would like to go through them now so we are all working off of a corrected staff report. On page 27, in the first whereas, there's a word Ming that has to be mining. Sorry for that typo. And moving on to page 73 under condition number 5. We have a date in the middle of the fourth line, which is January 17, 2023. That date needs to be changed to August 19th, 2024. That's today's date. And on page 74 and 75, that is condition number 10, we would like to add a phrase including standards for monitoring and implementation after the phrase traffic management plan. So it would read, prior to issuance of a grading permit, the applicant shall provide a detailed traffic management plan, comma, including performance standards for monitoring and implementation, comma, in conjunction with the grading management plan for review and approval by the Public Works Department, and everything else remains the same. And on page 76, condition number 24B was inserted in error, and that needs to be struck completely. That wasn't for this project.
I'm sorry, which condition was that? Yeah.
Yeah, that was 24B, that is under Engineering Division of Public Works Department. It's at the bottom of packet page 76.
The site plan,
Yes.
that's the full thing.
It was inserted from a different project. It was not, it doesn't belong to this project. Any questions?
Thank you.
Was there anything else that we needed to change? Anybody else, Karen? I don't think I have that. Do you have it? Condition 10.
Did staff have anything else to add?
I can
Yeah,
note
okay.
that at the end of your staff report.
Yeah, I think there was one other change, but we will note that later on. So, thank you. Where do I point? Okay. Just let me know. Next slide. Bear with us, we're just having some technical, okay, there we go. Just want to start off with a project overview. The project under consideration is the revised quarry reclamation plan that was submitted in October 2023. The proposes to reclaim the former quarry by importing approximately 874,000 cubic yards of soil to restore the excavated quarry face and other areas to a pre-mining condition, establishing new seasonal wetlands and a new California red-legged frog pond, and constructing new unpaved recreation trails and drainage improvements throughout the reclaimed site. The proposed reclamation activities do not include any changes in use or building construction on the project site. Pursuant to the input they received from the Planning Commission and public at the March 18th Planning Commission meeting and the May 28th study session this year, the applicant team presented staff with an alternative proposal on July 2nd this year to further reduce the amount of imported fill to approximately 583,000 cubic yards using the reduced fill alternative described and analyzed in the environmental impact report for the project. Supplemental information was provided by the applicant on July 2nd and August 7th to describe the reduced fill alternative and the reduced impacts. And these were attached to the staff report as a link on page 4 under the introduction. So there may have been some confusion on finding that, and we apologize for that. This was provided as a link due to the large files that we could not attach before publication. Sorry about any confusion on that. As described in the staff report, the site is proposed to be rezoned to P-DX, which is planned development with a public vote required to rezone for residential use, from the existing C-3X, which is service commercial with public vote required for rezone for residential use, as required by the Hillside Preservation District overlay zoning. The reclamation activities would involve the removal of 25 protected trees to allow for the reclamation grading activities to occur. The proposed reclamation activities require a variance as well to exceed the coverage limitations for grading within the HPD overlay zoning district. The project also requires, I think next slide. Okay. The project also requires a specific plan after being rezoned to PDX for a grading approval. There has been some questions that have been raised. Why is there a specific plan being approved with this project, with the reduced fill alternative? And the reason for that is the municipal code requires a specific plan for any grading that's approved on a project that is zoned PDX. So all these approvals have been bundled into the resolution. Additionally, the project site is located within the coastal zone However, the site is not within the City of Pacifica's certified local coastal program, and an application for a coastal development permit is being separately considered by the California Coastal Commission. Staff has included recommended actions for the Planning Commission to adopt the resolution to certify the quarry reclamation plan project's final environmental impact report, recommended approval of rezoning and development plan to the City Council, and approve the specific plan, quarry use permit, variance, and tree permit with conditions for the reduced fill alternative. There are also additional approvals required for this project to be before they can start any reclamation action. This includes City Council approval of the rezoning and development plan. Like as mentioned, the California Coastal Commission's approval of the coastal development permit. They also require agency permits from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Regional Water Quality Control Board. And finally, they would need a SMARA compliance approval from the California Department of Conservation, Division of Mine Reclamation. This is a familiar slide I think everybody's familiar with. This is the quarry site. It is about 86 acres and has two parcels separated by the Calera Creek, the quarry parcel, which is 47 acres, and the eastern parcel, which is 39 acres. So I won't dwell on this too much. And the existing conditions of this, the quarry site are on this slide. There's a hilltop and the eastern flank, the quarry face, the southern bluff towards Rockaway Beach, and the quarry pit. And we will be making references to these areas, so this slide is just to provide some bearing on that. This slide shows the general plan land use designations, and the quarry site has two designations. One is the visitor service commercial, and then the and the open space. No, the conservation. Sorry, there's a conservation to the north, and then the more the flats is the visitor serving commercial, and based on. I lost my place, sorry. The general plan also requires the completion of the reclamation plan of the former quarry pursuant to the SMARA and the Pacifica Municipal Code prior to any future development on this project. So here are some graphics I have included in the staff report, and I just wanted to go through them briefly. And the quarry has gone through several iterations for reclamation. These are two of them that have been reviewed by the Planning Commission on various occasions. I'm trying to get my place. I've lost my place in my presentation. Sorry about that. So the graphic on the left, is the proposal that was submitted in October 2023, and the graphic on the right was the one previous submitted in April 2023. And the current proposal is on the right side of this graphic, which shows a further reduction of fill from the previous fill of 874,000 cubic yards to 583,000 cubic yards. So So the current alternative that is under consideration is the reduced fill alternative, and the applicant has submitted this in response to the commission's input, and it reduces the fill by about 33% to 583 cubic yards. So it's essentially a reduction of 291,000 cubic yards from the October 23 proposal. And also, the proposal includes no outbound truck trips during school drop-off period. The reduced fill alternative as condition does not include any development in the traditional sense. It is a project to reclaim the former quarry by performing grading, constructing drainage and trail improvements, and undertaking revegetation of the site. The two areas of the project site consisting of the quarry parcel and the eastern parcel could exist independently or as a unified project following completion of the reduced fill alternative, as conditioned in this staff proposal. In particular, the resulting use of the project site prepares the site for its end use in accordance with 2040 general plan and includes trail improvements for public use that are integrated between the two parcels in the form of a comprehensive network of public trails, contributing to an environmentally sustainable desired project. So staff has reviewed the reduced fill alternative and added several conditions in response to the Planning Commission and the public's comments. And I would like to point you to those conditions in the staff report. So that is condition number 9. So there is a new requirement for a grading management plan.
What page?
Page. Nine is on packet page 74. So in your staff report, the additional conditions from the previous March 8, 2024 staff report have been underlined. And the number 9 is the requirement for a grading management plan with a new phasing for the project. And I will go through this condition a little more in detail in my next slide. So the other conditions that have been added is the traffic management plan, and these are all required prior to issuance of a grading permit by the city from the Public Works and Community Development departments. Condition number 11 is a soil management plan, which would be required to incorporate performance standards for testing and the management of soil that is being brought in for the reduced fill alternative. And number 12 is a detailed grading permit with detailed grading plans for the final grading permit that would require a number of items that are listed under condition 12. Also added are condition number 15 on packet page 75, which prohibits truck trips during school drop-off hours as discussed in previous public meetings. And finally, there is condition number 16 has been added, which prohibits import from any sites from Santa Clara County. So I would like to go back to condition number 9 and describe the revised phasing that has been proposed by staff after reviewing the reduced fill alternative for this and making this recommendation to the Planning Commission. In this phasing plan, in year 1 and 2, after all necessary approvals have been obtained, as listed in condition number 9, in the first 2 years, the total of 100,000 cubic yards would be permitted to be used for fill and for the reclamation. So the first year 1 and year 2, after all the approvals have been obtained, would be a total of 100,000 cubic yards. If the city, then the city would commence the specific plan based on the general plan policies, and an additional 100,000 cubic yards of dirt would be allowed to be filled if no specific plan is prepared by the end of year 3 after obtaining all the necessary approvals listed in condition number 9. And finally, if there's no draft specific plan prepared by the end of year 4, the total fill of the proposed reduced fill alternative of up to 583,000 cubic yards would be permitted to be brought in to reclaim the site. In terms of CEQA findings for the reduced fill alternative, the EIR remains adequate for this alternative as well as analyzed in the final EIR, and there are no changes to the analysis and conclusions warranted at this time. So staff's recommended actions are on packet page 25 and 26. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission move to adopt the attached resolution to certify the Rockaway Quarry Reclamation Plan Project Final EIR, adopt the findings of facts in accordance with CEQA, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program in accordance with CEQA, recommend that the City Council approve rezoning and development plan as the findings have been made in the staff report, and finally approve the specific plan, the quarry use permit, variance, and the tree permit subject to conditions of approval contained in the resolution. That concludes my presentation, and I will hand it over to Karen.
There was one additional recommended revision to condition number 11, and I'll just go ahead and read that into the record.
What page of the packet is this?
That would be 74. Oh, excuse me, 70. Let me find the right.
Condition number 75.
75. Condition number 11. And I will just go ahead and read into the record the proposed revised condition. Prior to grading permit issuance, the applicant shall seek review and approval of the proposed soil management plan from the Department of Toxic Substances Control, DTSC, for imported fill screening, which plan shall also be reviewed and approved by the city. The applicant shall provide evidence of DTSC approval to the city. Implementation of the approved plan or amended plan shall be monitored by the city. The applicant shall be responsible for review and monitoring costs incurred by the city. Basically, that just clarifies that the city also has review and approval authority over that plan.
Thank you. Does staff have anything else, or does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I was going to ask, because we're going to open it to commission questions, but I would like to ask that if you can, that you reserve questions until after public comment, unless you have a very critical one. So let's try to limit it to 1 to 2 per commissioner, if there are any. And we'll just start at the commissioner right side of the dais.
I have about 20 million questions, but I am willing to reserve them at the chair's request.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Redfield?
Just for clarification, it said the reduced fill now is 583,000, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's based on the 100,000, and this is a total after a 4-year without a specific plan.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Ferguson. Do you have any questions for now?
No, I'll reserve mine.
Commissioner Berman?
I'll save mine as well.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to bring it to the applicant. The applicant will have 10 minutes to present. And please introduce yourselves.
Good evening, Chair Hauser, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Alicia Guerra. I'm an attorney with Buckhalter. I'm serving as land use counsel to both the Preserve at Pacifica and to Bayland Soil Pacifica. This evening, we have with us Matt Walsh, who's the engineer from Walsh Engineering, Billy Gilmartin from Bayland Soil Pacifica, and Jeff Smick from WRA to address your questions. This evening, I'd also like to just extend my comments from Mr. Huell, who was unable to join us and asked me to present in his stead because he had a meeting that he was unable to change overseas. But he greatly appreciates the comments that you all have provided from the study session and the prior meetings that we have participated in. See if I can. Is there a way to advance the slides here? No? There we go. So I'd like to start from where we left off, and staff has provided a great overview of the background here. And where we left off from the May 20th study session is that I think maybe we can all reach some understanding. I realize there's still a lot of comments about this project, but from the comments we heard, it appears that the Planning Commission understands that the quarry needs to be reclaimed. State law makes us have to reclaim it, so it needs to be reclaimed. Now, there are ways to further reduce the amount of fill that is imported to the site to reclaim the quarry. We understand that. We heard that message loud and clear. And so this evening, I'd like to talk about how we tried to address your concerns in that regard. And that is this notion of a reduced fill alternative that had already been identified in the EIR. What we tried to do was show how to make something feasible should the Planning Commission decide to go forward with a way of lessening the amount of imported fill. And so with that, we looked at all of the reclamation plans as you have instructed us to do. We looked at everything from 1996 to 2023, to the reclamation plan we submitted as a revised reclamation plan, and we discussed in March and received your comments about that. Now, we have not changed our plan. I think there's some confusion here. We did not change our plan. We still have that reclamation plan in front of you. But what we've done is said, if the Planning Commission is interested in moving forward with less imported fill, we'll work with you on that. We will try to take our reduced fill option that we presented in our September 2023 plan, and we'll work with you to reduce that fill. And that's the 583,000 cubic yard reduced fill alternative that Ms. Kumar showed you as a reduced fill option. Again, we have not changed our plan, but what we have said is we will try to achieve a reduction in the amount of imported fill should the Planning Commission decide to proceed with a plan here. And that is a plan that is shown in Exhibit 8.1, included in your staff report. And Matt Walsh is here to explain what limits the way this plan looks. And it's really not based on the nature of what development could occur. It's based on the existing topography and the existing site constraints. Because in the end, the pit in the middle has to be filled. And so we're looking at ways to fill it. So I want to comment on some of the confusion that seems to be reflected in the comment letters we received, especially today. First off, the comments are many of the same comments that we saw and you received at last year in June 2023 when we first presented our proposed project to you. Our responses to those comments have been addressed. They were included in the final EIR. Staff included responses to those comments. They have not been ignored. In fact, we've spent months and months since June, actually since before June, actually a total of 30 years, frankly, believe it or not, trying to figure out how to reclaim this quarry in a way that addresses the impacts that people are concerned about. They're all based on technical analysis and information. That's substantial evidence. We didn't make this stuff up. It's substantial evidence in the record. The reclamation plan is the same reclamation plan, as I said before, for our reduced reclamation plan we submitted dated September 1st, 2023. We submitted in October. It hasn't been revised. So comments saying, oh, we pulled a fast one on you, we really meant to develop the site, this is really all about development, that is not true. This is about filling the quarry to comply with SMARA and to achieve a safe reclamation plan that's implemented on the site. Now, there are two different ways to do that. Either you put a lot more dirt in it, put more dirt in the pit, or you engineer the dirt in the pit and replace it with some buildings. That's all we tried to do. We don't know what the buildings will look like. We don't know what could happen, but we took your general plan that you have adopted, and it's been in effect since 1983, contemplating some amount of development pad in there. We reduced the size of the area that could actually be subject to development as an end use consistent with SMARA. And we backed into that to figure out what is the least amount of fill that we need to fill that quarry pit, and what's the least amount that needs to be imported. That's all we did. And we only did it to clarify further the reduced fill alternative that the city staff had already included in the EIR. We didn't come up with a plan for development. We don't know if there's development. We don't know how development would occur. But what our clients have said is, we will work with you through a collaborative planning process to figure out how to get there as a community to move this forward and to realize the vision you have in your general plan. And again, this is nothing new. It's been out there for 30 years, and all we tried to do was figure out how to implement it. And that's the path forward that we wanted to discuss with you this evening if you were to proceed with a reduced fill alternative. Ms. Kumar talked to you about the condition that staff requested be imposed on this project should you go forward with a reduced fill alternative. And I'll just say, in response to all of the comments and concerns that people have raised about this project, if you were to go forward with a reduced fill alternative as we contemplated with this potential option of a 583,000 cubic yard plan, it would have fewer truck trips, safer, stable slopes compared to what exists today, more wetlands and ESHA habitat. I think it's an increase of about 10% of additional wetland opportunities, controlled surface runoff, and improved water quality. The reason this was included and why it didn't trigger the need for further environmental review was because we listened to you, we listened to the community, and we came up with a way of trying to implement the reduced fill alternative that was in the EIR. There aren't any changes, there isn't new information, and there are no new or substantially greater significant environmental impacts that would warrant further review. So we tried to work within the scheme and within the analysis that you have already included. The other environmental concerns we have addressed are tribal cultural resources. We provided technical information that was included with the permitting efforts that we have proceeded with, soil testing, water quality control considerations, structural calculations for Calera Creek culvert, biological resource information that was included as part of our permitting information, and then there's some variants for backup alarms and other concerns that people had of a noise concern. So in the end, we would again request that you consider this reduced fill alternative as a further implementation of the information that was included in the EIR, should you decide to proceed with reclamation on the site. And if reclamation doesn't happen, then it's going to continue to be a pit in the middle of the site. And all my clients were trying to do was comply with state law and comply with the city's own requirements in order to provide for a safe property, that safe wetlands, providing further pedestrian access, improved water quality, and environmental protection. Thank you very much. If you have questions, our team is here this evening, and we can address those. Thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Kara. And I think before we move on, we're going to open it to the commission to ask questions of the applicant. And again, I will start on this side of the dais.
I'd just like a clarification from the chair. In the event that we have questions for the applicant later, will we still have the opportunity to do so?
Yes, correct. Do you
Then I
want to
guess my
defer?
first question is this 583 a hard cap?
Is the 583 a hard cap? The answer is no. The 583 is our best effort to try to reduce fill without having gone through a planning process to figure out what can be done with the engineered pads within that quarry site. We took the general plan figure, I forget the figure number, but there's a figure number that shows what it looks like in the plan, and Matt Walsh can comment on this, further reduced the footprint of that from 7.8 acres to approximately 5-ish, 6 acres. And so should the city be willing to go forward with a planning process to figure out what development could look like consistent with the visitor serving commercial designation, it's possible that that amount of fill could be further reduced. But this was our best effort to do that and comply with SMARA, because SMARA is the limiting factor here.
In that case, what is the maximum amount of fill that we're talking about?
The maximum amount of fill, meaning import fill or meaning?
Import fill.
So import fill is 583. The total amount of fill, including cut and fill on site, is the 723,000 cubic yards for that plant.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is what is the absolute maximum of imported fill that no matter what you're asking us to approve tonight?
The maximum amount of imported fill is 583,000 cubic yards if there isn't a specific plan process going forward for further development. If there is, if the city wants to proceed in accordance with the vision set forth in the general plan, then that amount could be further reduced. We're willing to figure
That's a could.
out.
I'm looking for a hard number.
I understand, but in order to get to that hard number, we have to go study it through a planning process working together. And you know, as I've said in one of my letters, it's a chicken and an egg problem, right? Do you start with the development first and figure it out, which is what people tried to do for 30 years and that didn't work? Or do you try to do what the state says, which is reclaim that quarry? And that's what we've done. And what we also did in our analysis, we actually told you what the worst case impacts were associated with that. When we gave you a plan that nobody liked at a million plus cubic yards, that was based on no development ever happening and this staying as open space and conforming that reclamation to the existing topography and existing constraints on the site. And conditions have changed since 1996 that have warranted further studies, which is what we did to get to that number. So I can tell you what the maximum is without any development, but I can't tell you
Please.
what the minimum
Please.
is. The maximum without development is what we proposed to you that nobody liked, which was over 1 million square feet, 1 million cubic yards.
And is that the proposal that's before us that's amended?
The proposal before you this evening is what we submitted in October based on the September 1st, 2023 plan that shows 870,000 plus or minus cubic yards.
So is that the current hard cap?
That is the current cap based on the proposed project, should there not be any development based on the existing future use of being open space, no development on the site.
That's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Redfield, do you have any questions for the applicant prior to public comment?
Just a quick one. Based on that 583, that is all import, or does a portion of that possibly include cut on property? I know there are some areas where it'll be reconfigured and moved. Is that all import, the 583?
583 is all import with cut and moving the dirt and rock around on the site. It's 723,000 total cubic yards of that alternative, the revised alternative.
As a total, that's import plus the cut that's on the property? For a
Correct.
total.
So 583 is the minimum amount of import for that alternative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Redfield. Vice Chair Ferguson, do you have questions for the applicant?
No, I think I'm more confused than I was before, but I understood what you were trying to say. I appreciate the misunderstanding. I'll hold my questions.
Commissioner Berman, do you have questions for the applicant?
I just have one for now. In the staff report, there was mention for the grading of the quarry with potential development considered, that 2 pad elevations would be graded, and I understand why. But I'm curious why elevation 135 and 85 were chosen, if you don't mind speaking to that.
I would love to speak to that, Commissioner Berman, but I'm going to turn it over to
Sure.
Matt Walsh because I'm terrible with math myself.
Thank
So-
you.
Good evening, Chair Hauser and Planning Commissioners. I'm Matt Walsh, Civil Engineer for the project. I think it'd be helpful to switch back to one of Alicia's slides, if possible, to show you, kind of articulate why the 135 elevation. I might need some technical help to get back to the slide. Is there a way to go back to the slide?
We're just trying to switch it.
Okay. Oh, is this not good?
No, it should maybe.
Okay. Is there a way to get the presentation?
I think staff is working on it, and it's hard because the microphones weren't quite being spoken into. But
Okay.
yes, I think it will be here in a second, and I'll let you know when we see it on the screen.
So I think going back to the aerial exhibit here. So this was an exhibit meant to overlay the proposed reduced fill alternative of 583,000 yards of import. Highlighted in yellow there is the 135 elevation. And if you look just south of that yellow line, you can see considerable erosion. And there's trails right above that yellow line. So you can see over the years, this is an area of steep slopes. It has been unable to stabilize itself, unable to revegetate. And so that's why we're selecting that as the lowest elevation that needs to be reclaimed and revegetated. And then the elevation of 85 has significance because of drainage. Our proposed drainage plan has always been to convey drainage to the existing 3-barrel culvert at the Calera Creek crossing, so as to not introduce any new tie-ins into Calera Creek that would discharge at a different location and cause possible erosion to the stream bank there. So the elevation of 85 gives us enough elevation to fall and gravity fall towards that Calera Creek crossing with the existing drainage culverts there.
Thank you. And the 135 elevation, is that just the starting point of the reclamation, or is there going to be a pad, like a flat pad, and it's going to be almost stepped with a 2-to-1 slope between the two?
So the 135 is the start of the 2-to-1 slope, and then every 30 feet, every 30 feet of fall down to the pad needs to have a drainage terrace to control drainage from just running sheet flowing down the face of the new 2-to-1 slope. So essentially it goes from an elevation 135, 2-to-1 down with terrace slopes for drainage until you get to that pad elevation of 85. So I don't know if you can see it in this exhibit. You can essentially see the contours at a 2-to-1 slope that are a little tighter.
Yep.
And then once you see more of the aerial underlying, that's where the flat pad at elevation 85 is.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, and I do not have questions for the applicant team. So thank you very much for your presentation. You will have 3 minutes for rebuttal. With that, we will go to public comment. And I am going to read the first 3 names that I have, and I'll continue to read 3 so you know if you're on deck. By way of reminder, you will have 2 minutes for public comment. and we will do in-person comments before moving over to Zoom and comments by phone. So the first name I have here is Dinah Verby, followed by Owen Brisges, and then Mark Hubble.
Good evening, Dinah Verby. I think if by now it isn't painfully obvious, this project can't be approved for a variety of reasons because it doesn't meet the requirements of CEQA for a finite and stable project description. Just now, Commissioner Wright asked, what's the maximum amount of fill? The applicant's attorney couldn't answer. The reason she couldn't answer was because the answer varies depending on what might happen in the future, which nobody knows. You cannot do that under CEQA. You have to have a stable, finite project description. You can't condition it on, well, it'll be this amount if that happens, or another amount if that happens. Nobody knows what it's going to look like in the end because we can't foresee the future. That's just one of many inadequacies under CEQA, and you have many reasons to deny the project. Please put everybody out of their misery and do so. Just say no, please. Thank you.
Hi, I really appreciate that Pacifica is a city of passion, but I really do encourage you to make this a place where anyone can speak their piece without fear of booing or applause or whatever it is. So please, let's be respectful. Owen, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Owen Brisges, Pacifica. I'm a registered civil engineer in the state of California. I just want to say I reject the assertion that the pit needs to be filled. I would also like to go back to a point I made last meeting, which was not addressed by staff or in the report, and that is the only slopes on the site that are failing are those on the ocean side, and they are not included in the circle that has been arbitrarily drawn around the project area. And this is important, and I'm going to get to why this is important. So this is SMARA, right? This is the document we've been hearing about. I want you to write down two paragraphs, very short. That's what's driving all this 2-to-1. The first is 3704D. The second is 3704F. 3704D requires, there's requirements for mining spoils. That is rock that has been taken from the mine and has been determined to be, not good for the use and has been restacked, in the general vicinity. That is covered in 3704D, and there are provisions about 2-to-1 slopes, right? You can imagine these are like little marbles. They're very unstable. They need to be addressed. And that's the material that is on the ocean side falling into the ground or into the water. That needs to be addressed. 3704F has to do with the limestone face. That is the vertical face that is what had been being mined, okay? And that has a different criteria for acceptance. It does not have to be 2-to-1. It has to have a factor of safety from sliding. And I'm telling you, that limestone was deposited hundreds of millions of years ago, and it is stable. What needs to be taken care of is all the loose scree, all the loose mining spoils. There's no requirement to buttress that stable face.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker will be Mark Hubble, followed by Brian Reinero, followed by Kata Gomez.
Am I next?
Yes, Mark, you're next. I'll speak a little louder.
I'd like to talk about the process here and how we get to the end case and what it might mean for Pacifica going forward. So introducing the generational branding of the worst possible kind. Who in their right mind would want to drive up the hill to hang out with their families to witness a parade of dump trucks hauling toxic soil? And yes, I said toxic. Bayland Soil has already promised not to test any soil until after it is already dumped. Clean soil, so we would be left with the crappy stuff that would be washed down the hillsides into Clara Creek, then out into the sea, poison our precious shoreline marine life, and possibly taking out a few surfers on the way. That would be very bad for our brand. We have already had that bad rap from national press coverage of Lindemar Beach. Doubtful that our brand credibility would survive another blow like that. What about Pacifica's small businesses who pay sales taxes? Such a loyal and necessary ingredient of our community. How will they survive such a radical decline in our city's nature-based allure? The decrease in tourist revenues for 4 years will be disastrous for their sustainability. How many years, how many generations will it take to recover our pride as Pacificans? A brand is not what you say it is, it's what they say it is, they being visitors. Let's not allow irresponsible out-of-towners to brand our beautiful town so badly. Pacifica is not a dump.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Guys, I don't want to have to take a recess. Okay, Brian, followed by Kata Gomes, followed by Connie Menifee.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'd like to remind everyone, of course, of the obvious is that we are stewards of our land and our history. Of course, the quarry is the site of the historic village of Timitak, of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. This plan is a disrespect to that people and our shared cultural history that we should preserve. But we're getting on both ends in this case, because not only are we destroying our history, our shared cultural living history, but we're also putting at risk the future. Now, it's been said that the trucks will not move during school pickup and drop-off hours. They will be running during school hours, where our children are concentrated in a single place, where the prevailing winds will pick up the dust, particulate matter, and materials and contaminants from this soil and carry it right over to the Valimar school and further into the neighborhoods. And our children will not have any kind of rest from this. They will be playing in this dust, they will be studying and eating in this dust, and there's no escape from it because they'll go home to houses that are caked in this dust. Now, even taking out the contaminants that will get into that soil because it's waste soil, just the dust of moving 723,000 cubic yards, moving it with import as well, is going to generate a dust cloud over years and months that residents of Valimar are going to be ingesting. I ask us that we not do this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Kata Gomes, followed by Connie Menifee, followed by Krista Dar.
Horsha Moore, Catalina Gomes, Ramaytush descendant from the unceded village site of Tamigtok along Calera Creek. This is our unceded ancestral homeland. Our documentation is at Mission Dolores in San Francisco. Our village site is Tamigtok along Calera Creek. This is documented. This is our ancestral homeland. It has been desecrated for centuries. We want the desecration to stop. I urge you, no fill. SMARA doesn't require any fill. It just needs to be made safe and have a recreational purpose. It requires absolutely no fill. Our family, our ancestors were enslaved in this quarry. We were forced to mine the limestone that built Mission Dolores in San Francisco, the Presidio, and the adobe at the village site of Pacifica here in San Pedro Valley. This is a historic place for us. Our ancestors are buried here. This is our DNA is in this location. It has so much cultural relevance to us. It's so important to us. Please protect it. We beg you. The leadership of the planning department obviously doesn't live here or care about Pacifica. They are leaving you liable for multiple lawsuits. And they plan to just leave Pacifica literally in the dust and move on to other greener fields for their own personal gain. And they don't care about us. They don't care about abiding by the law. They're in violation of AB 52. This is a cultural site for us. It's sacred. Please protect it.
Thank you, Kata. Connie Menifee, followed by Chris Najar, followed by Jim Kramer.
Good evening. I've been one of the few voices speaking out publicly in favor of quarry reclamation. However, I am not alone in my support of this plan. There are many people and businesses in Pacifica who share my opinion, but who have been intimidated into silence. Individuals fear being subjected to abuse and reprobation. Businesses fear being boycotted or vandalized. I understand that people want to protect nature, but the quarry was dynamited out of the nature category decades ago and is a poor excuse for a park in its present condition. Pacifica's general plan designates portions of the quarry site as visitor-serving commercial. Lord knows Pacifica needs the revenue. I believe that applicants' current proposal, a reduced imported fill alternative, phased concurrently with preparation of a specific plan of responsible development and environmental conservation, is precisely what Pacifica needs at this critical time. The state and feds are not going to bail Pacifica out of the economic hole we're digging ourselves into. Neither is a long-defunct and unrealistic Ocean Discovery Center. We have the opportunity to participate in a process that can genuinely attract eco-tourists, shoppers, business persons, and other visitors eager to spend their much-needed dollars here in town. This is how the City of Pacifica meets the needs of its citizens and provides essential city services. Please approve the recommended actions as set forth in the staff report so that we can move forward on long overdue reclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Najar, followed by Jim Kramer, followed by Lula Reinero.
Hello. I have a lot of respect for that lady who just spoke, because she's brave, because there's a lot of opposition against what you're saying. But I've been longing to take her for a hike in the quarry. It's so beautiful. And there are so many tourists coming to Pacifica right now. We don't want to put this toxic soil to leach into the creek and down and kill the sea stars, and all those bait fish, and the whales are everywhere because of those bait fish. It's a very fragile ecosystem. We have people, Pacifica swarming with people right now just for our whales, right? And the Mining Reclamation Act keeps coming up, and I appreciate the other comments about it. From my understanding, we're supposed to have that area safe for public use. We prove that every day that it's safe for public use. Every day, we're all in the quarry safe. I've heard, I wondered, why would they think this is safer to bring all these diesel-spewing trucks and toxic soil? And they mentioned the tragic death that happened near there. That did not happen in the quarry. That was on an oceanside cliff on the other side. And oceanside cliffs are always going to be dangerous. They're always going to be steep. We can't change that. That had nothing to do with the quarry. Also the traffic. I'm a nurse. I talk to EMS all the time about this. They're worried. God forbid that somebody in Lindemar needs an ambulance and there's all these dump trucks. We already have traffic problems. We can't afford, the risk is too great. All of these risks are just overwhelming. And I felt some compassion for Mr. Gilmartin, that with the history of this company, he is not his father. But, I feel like he's smart. He laid out this lovely plan, but it's just too risky. And I feel like maybe he's a little naive and underestimating the power of the people and our love for this community and the coast.
Thank you for your comment. So next we have Jim Kramer, followed by Lula Reinero, and then Betsy Caffel. And if I mispronounce anyone's name, feel free to correct me.
Jim Kramer is correct. I, too, am surprised that the city is trying to proceed with this agenda tonight. At previous meetings, commissioners made formal requests which were specific and substantive, neither of which have been met. First, commissioners requested full details, not just a partial story, for no imported fill option from the applicant. This was requested, I believe, at 2 meetings. Second is the request to provide a motion to deny for the whole project. This was explicitly and forcefully requested by Chair Hauser and supported by other commissioners. While it is clear why the applicant would prefer these legitimate requests be ignored, many in the public are aghast at our staff's direct refusal to support our commissioners. Please note, these 2 requests were not to replace the applicant's proposal nor to eliminate staff's recommended action from consideration. Both would provide additional input deemed essential for the commissioners to proceed. Finally, beyond those 2 obstacles, isn't it clear that we are no longer considering the same project? City repeatedly denied that any development was anticipated for the original project and the frequent revisions, and that was repeated tonight. Indeed, we heard many assertions that seemed to say that no development was ever contemplated. We know that's not true. The request is to proceed with the slightly modified fill option plus a pad that might prepare the site for some development. How can we justify even resuming deliberations on the original disruptive dumping project with such problems, not to mention some new development that's unspecified? Also important, is it inappropriate? It is inappropriate to discuss detailed revisions given numerous legally relevant contentions that the FEIR is adequate for the project as proposed, not even the revisions. So, presumptuously, I favor one of 3 options. Tonight's deliberations be strictly limited to the FEIR. The meeting could be continued. Otherwise, commissioners should make a de novo motion to deny this project as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have Lula Reinero, followed by Betsy Caffel, and then John Padigo.
Greetings, commissioners, staff, fellow concerned Pacificans. I am Lila Reinero, a concerned and longtime resident of Pacifica. I've read through all 123 pages of the letter submitted for public comment, and the only people who appear to be in favor of this project are the proposed soil dumpers and developers. I won't rehash all the reasons why the quarry fill project is terrible for Pacificans. I'm merely requesting that you put a stop to it for once and for all. The developers are convicted felons, and yet they keep getting to come back and ask, how about now? How about now? Now? I say, how about never? Please think about how much time and money we have already wasted entertaining these people. More importantly, how much more time and money will we be liable for when Pacifica inevitably gets sued if we allow this development to proceed? We need to learn from our past mistakes with the recent development projects, including Vistamar, 1567 Beach Boulevard, and 505 San Pedro. Thank you so much, commissioners, for all that you do in volunteering your time and commitment to Pacifica. You are appreciated.
Thank you, Lila. All right, I have Betsy, followed by John Padigo, and then Kurt Keast.
Hello, I am Betsy Caffell, and I'm a resident of Moss Beach. And I found out about this plan when I was walking in Quarry Park, which I walk with friends every week. And we found a flyer there. So my concern is there's a population of about 25,000 people on the Half Moon Bay community. And I was totally unaware that this development was proposed. And we have a huge population that commutes to, the northern route in going to jobs or going to for shopping or whatever. And I think it is the responsibility of this council to inform the community in the Half Moon Bay area that you have this proposal. Because this is a big impact of 4 years of bringing all this soil for hours throughout the day. My other concern is that in Moss Beach, the emergency room is closed. There was damage in the last storm, and the hospital is closed for at least 2 years. And so we have no emergency services. So then that means that traffic has to go, to South San Francisco or Daly City in order to get to an emergency room. So I am against this plan because it's going to have a really negative impact in our community in the Half Moon Bay area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have John Pedigo, followed by Kurt Keast, and then Bob O'Donnell.
Hi, I'm John Pedigo. My family moved to this area in 1957, one of the first families in the particular area where we grew up. So I also found out about this going on hikes, walks through the area. I guess my concern mostly is around the concerns of transparency and how comments are being handled. I think that's evident here, that there's a lot of comments for a long time. It's been going on, but it just seems that the public concerns are not, my concern is how they're escalated and resolved. There's a lack of explanation of how soils will be evaluated on toxicity and that it seems to be introducing much more harm to the estuary than it would be any kind of benefit. Simply stating that no soil from Santa Clara County is not specific enough for the public to really truly respond and be part of a process of looking at how this is going to work and benefit our community. The process also filling the quarry introduces such disruption of the current public engagement of the land that the disruption seems disproportionate to any hoped for benefits. So I urge no fill because of a lack of a transparency and not being able to truly engage the community in any kind of meaningful, critical analysis of the disruption and the impact on the environment and the community.
Thank you, John. All right, I have Kurt Keast, followed by Bob O'Donnell, and then Pete Shoemaker.
Hi, my name is Kurt Keast. Thank you to the planning commissioners for your service. To remind everyone, this is not a proposal by the city of Pacifica to fill the quarry or develop the site. This property is privately owned, and the private owner has applied for a quarry reclamation project that is in their private interest, as they are entitled to request. They are asking for a variety of variances and rezoning and EIR to allow them to make $50 to $100 million profit by using the quarry's need for reclamation as an excuse to bring in hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of landfill at a large profit per load. In addition, they wish to set the property up for future development with a 5-acre pad. The city and the Planning Commission must carefully consider whether the applicant has met the requirements of the EIR, and if so, must certify it, or they'll be sued by the applicant for failure to approve an appropriate EIR. This is the legal sword dangling over our commissioners, and we have to understand that. But they're under no obligation to rubber stamp a fatally flawed EIR as currently exists. In fact, to do so will invite a lawsuit by Pacifica's citizens who will be justified in arguing that the city failed to follow the appropriate legal process. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. The commissioners have asked for responses from the planning staff to a number of questions and a number of requests. They've not been answered. The commission should vote tonight to deny certifying the existing EIR and instead send it back for the requested answers. Don't be afraid to follow the process, and it'll protect you. The applicant will be challenged to make a proposal that restores a safe quarry without using it as landfill. I would note that the new proposal finally uses the 2-to-1 slope starting at 135 feet and goes to 85 feet. I would ask them to further reduce it to the 50-foot level, saving 200,000 further cubic yards. Thank you.
Kurt. All right, I have Bob O'Donnell, followed by Pete Shoemaker, and then I think it says T.S. Valentik.
Hi. My name is Teresa Valentik, and I live in Moss Beach. I live with cancer all the time, every single day. And I'm not sure if you guys are aware of how many accidents occur on 92, and we do have a dump over there as well, off of that road. There's constantly trucks up and down. We literally have 2 access roads to our home. When you guys are talking about doing something like this, I mean, you're really endangering our lives here. So I just wanted to say that, and I want you guys to think about it, okay? Pardon my sunglasses, I have a corneal abrasion.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I think that was, I think Teresa, you wrote your name as TS on the card. Is that correct? I want to make sure I don't skip someone. So, TS, if that's not Teresa, we'll come back to you. Pete Shoemaker, followed by Cindy Abbott, and then Peter Loeb.
I'm Bob O'Donnell.
You got me. Yes, you are next, and then Pete.
Thank you. I'm a 51-year resident of Pacifica, and I also want to thank you for your service as planning commissioners. It really is appreciated. There are important decisions to make. A lot of speakers have already spoken what I would have said to you, which is I am opposed to this current plan. But I'd like to give you a visual. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. So I'm going to take a moment and ask all the citizens in the audience now, not office members or city employees or company employees, but citizens of Pacifica. If you are in support of this plan, would you please stand up now so we can see you? I see one hand raised here, and I see two. Any more? I appreciate that, and you certainly have your right to your opinion. All those who are citizens of Pacifica that are opposed to this plan, would you please stand up for a moment? Thank you very much. For the television audience, they can't see that, but the room must have more than 100 people, and everyone that I saw that was not either an employee or almost, I could say virtually everyone else stood up. So I want to give you a visual to take with you as you make your decisions about this important policy, and hopefully it will end with you and not go forward to the council. But both you and the council need to realize how opposed so many citizens are for so many reasons. It's bad on several levels, on many levels, and we ask you to consider that and reject this current proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. All right, I have Pete Shoemaker, followed by Cindy Abbott, and then Peter Loeb.
Pete Shoemaker from Valamar. Remember The Wizard of Oz, when people were intimidated by the great and powerful wizard, and then the dog pulled back the curtain, and it was just some guy standing in front of a microphone? I think we're kind of intimidated by the great and the Samara and the law, but when you pull back the curtain, it's just a bunch of bureaucrats like yourselves, in a positive way, I mean that, intelligent professional people who are tasked to interpret this law. Why can't we talk directly to them? That's the key bit of information that we seem not to have, or we have it in very vague form. They're going to make the call. And we should talk to them and find out exactly what they're going to do to require them to sign it off. And then if they say you have to have 700,000 cubic yards of fill, well, okay, we have to deal with that. But I don't think that's going to be the case. So we need to talk to them directly, not interpreted by somebody who has personal profit motives. So talk to them in some way. Get them here, zoom them in. Make sure you talk to them directly and find out. And they're probably just like you guys, reasonable professionals, people. Previous speaker said that the city doesn't need money. We absolutely need money. We need to develop the quarry on that flat area. There's a lot of consensus here, in myself personally, to making that flat area the obvious area next to the old quarry road there, to make it a development, put the hills in permanent open space, maybe make the bowl some light commercial. We need to find out what we need to do to reclaim this thing. We need to get a coherent development plan and put this thing together and get it done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. All right, I have Cindy Abbott, followed by Peter Loeb, and then Victor Carmichael.
Pete's taller than me. There we go. Good evening, Chair Hauser, Vice Chair Ferguson, and Planning Commissioners. I'm Cindy Abbott. I hope each of you had the opportunity to review the written public comments. They were powerful. Letters from attorneys, environmental and biological experts, members of the Ramaytush Ohlone tribe who have never ceded the land that's being discussed, individuals who have worked for the EPA both in permitting and regulation of wetlands, as well as actual mine reclamation, and many like me, concerned community members. What is clear, as it has been for months, is that the EIR circulated by the city for reclamation is fatally flawed. And what becomes even more glaringly apparent by the latest version of this project, it is in writing, is that this isn't a simple reclamation plan, it's a development plan. At May's study session, the quarry owner made veiled threats and is continuing to do so that you have to accept his plan or he'll make Pacifica a dump. Pacifica is not a dump, and we see through the attempt to pretend that this project is an altruistic and beneficial reclaiming of the quarry. I've asked repeatedly why rezoning is needed for reclamation. No response from staff. The public and experts have made relevant comments about the inadequacies of the EIR. No response from staff, and no thorough discussion here at the Planning Commission. Please once again exercise your rightful due diligence and reject all that the staff has put in front of you. Reject this project rife with negative environmental consequences and direct staff to finally address the EIR inadequacies. I submit there is no need for thousands of questions, only the key ones. What is this ever-changing project? Why is it piecemealed? Why hasn't city staff provided you with what you're asking for? And why are they supporting the applicant over the environment and the community? Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. All right, I have Peter Loeb, followed by Victor Carmichael, and then Catherine, I believe this says Benton.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Peter Loeb, I would like to talk with the planning commissioners because I've completely changed what I was going to say, given what the applicant's attorney said earlier tonight. One of the key actions before you is approval of a final EIR. What Cindy was just talking about, the public comment file that we can see online has 44 letters in it from people. Everybody's opposed to the project, but several of those letters detail very specific legal reasons why the final EIR is inadequate. I don't see how you can approve it. Now my new concern is that listening to the attorney speak, are we talking about 873,000 cubic yards of fill, or are we talking about the 583 with the project pad? I just looked at the resolution that you have before you, and it doesn't make it. Which thing are we talking about? I don't think any of us knows at this point. I'm reminded of a football movie where the player says, every time I call it a game, you call it a business. Every time I call it a business, you call it a game. Every time we talk about this project, and we're talking about the developing the pad, no, we're talking about the 873,000, no. So if we talk about that, no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this 573 and develop. I mean, it's a constantly move. Everything we want to talk about. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the other thing. This is a game. This is a shell game, and it's corrupt. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Carmichael, followed
It's my luck to follow Peter Loeb. But I want to say I'm Victor Carmichael, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. The plan before us tonight is a response to the Planning Commission and the public's strong dissatisfaction with the earlier version. But this revision remains equally unsatisfactory for many reasons. I will list just a few. While it does reduce the amount of questionable soil removed from 874 cubic yards down to 583 cubic yards, it does so in a highly ambiguous way, define at an ill-defined level of 400 cubic yards, which the city said if the city and the developer can agree on a plan. What happens then is not clear. I'm kind of confused, because kind of like this figure 400 cubic yards pops up in what I read, and then it's never referenced again. Good Lord, I've used all my time up. All right, the other thing is the EIR should be redone because it first starts talking about a building pad, and originally it talked about trying to reach a vegetated open space. It's totally inadequate. Also, according to peer review, many CEQA requirements are leading are lacking in the final EIR. Inadequate air quality, inadequate safety analysis, failure to evaluate Calera Creek and correct identification of environmentally sensitive habitat, failure to adequately examine impacts, and so forth. In any case, the reduction to 583 cubic yards all the way down to all the way down from 874 cubic yard plan will still result in traffic snarl, air pollution, loss of popular paved trail, and a dump site for unwanted, probably polluted dirt. Please reject this plan. You have the authority to use it.
Thank you, Victor. Okay, we have Catherine Benton, followed by Cliff Lawrence, and then Charlie Schwab.
Hi, thanks for letting me talk today. One thing that I've studied for over 10 years, and we haven't really talked about it a lot, is small particulates. Small particulates are those finest of particulates that you can't see, but they're the most deleterious, they're the most dangerous, and they're most deadly. What they do is we inhale them, they can travel from here to there, 30 miles or farther. And what we do is we inhale them, and then they get into the smallest recesses of our lungs, and then from there they go into our blood supply, and then from there they cause innumerable damage to our organs, to our body, to our muscles, and everything. They're toxins. This is not me, this is the World Health Organization, this is the EPA. These are known carcinogenic diesel fumes have these carcinogenic small particles. And what's going to happen is that at the intersection where there's that school, there's going to be innumerable trucks that are lined up there constantly. And it's a smart light. So what that means is that every time there's a truck there, they're going to be waiting to turn on to Highway 1. What that means is Highway 1 will come to a stop. Highway 1 will come to a stop. There's already so much traffic there, so they will be blocking it to turn in. They will be blocking it to turn out. And all that idling from stopping and then taking it over there and idling while they're waiting to dump it, it's going to put carcinogenic particles, and it's going to affect our kids, it's going to affect our health, and it's going to affect our community. And no one's going to want to live here once they know that. Please do not let this pass. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Guys, again, I really appreciate it, but we really, really need to try to keep it respectful. So I have Cliff Lawrence, and then I have Charlie Schwab, and then Paul, I think it says Jones.
Good evening. It's good to be here. Good to see you all. I want to thank you again for your service. I still have a hard time imagining all you have to do. I also want to thank the turnout that we got this evening. I want to thank the citizenry taking time out of their evening, come down, and let you know what they think. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, what I don't like, and then it finally occurred to me, well, what do I want? And the answer is no fill. If that means some blasting and some rock crushing, hey, I'm for that over 4 years of trucks. And I think probably the neighborhood would be too. But let's find out. I'm really disappointed that we only got one option tonight. Planning Department, who are you listening to? Who's driving this car? There's so many things. One of the things that bothers me is that the company's got a legal thing they created for this LLC, yes. City doesn't have anything. We don't have a surety bond for satisfactory completion. Think about it. I heard we've been working on this or looking at this for 30 years. I didn't know. It just feels that way. This EIR is flawed. It was flawed before we added development into the mix. Can't possibly, it's a different thing. It's not the same. They're saying it's the same thing. No, it's not. Sorry. Say no, please.
Thank you, Cliff. All right. Charlie Schwab, followed by Paul Jones, and then Suzanne Moore.
Good evening, planning commissioners, city staff, and members of the audience. I reviewed wetland projects in my job for 27 years at the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and this is really one of the more flawed projects that I've ever seen. And it has a number of deficiencies that you heard about tonight. I will call to your attention the letter from Richard Grassetti, which is in your packet, which elucidates even more of the problems that you're facing. And let's face it, the elephant in the room is the fact that this is a development site. We've got the cart in front of the horse here. This should be considered under the specific plan that the city envisions in the general plan amendment or update, I should say, and in the city council's work plan. If we're going to do that, let's go ahead and put that on the table and engage the public in that input. As you heard from many other speakers tonight, we're here because we want to engage in the process. We want to help direct it. And then if there's reclamation needed, that would be subservient to a specific planning process, and we would do whatever is required under SMARA to reclaim the site, whatever that is. Now we've got reclamation, so-called reclamation driving development, and it's just wrong. It's completely backwards, and you should not approve this FPR tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I go to the next speaker, I just want to make sure, are we, PCT, are we having technical issues, or are we okay? Are we? I want to make sure people who are watching or watching Zoom are able to see this.
Could I suggest we take a 2-minute recess to allow them time?
Well, let's get a, PCT, are we okay? Yes, we're okay. Okay. So we're moving to Paul Jones, and then Suzanne Moore, and then Elaine McKean. So Paul Jones. That was Paul Jones. Did Charlie Schwab speak? Am I getting? There we go. Hi.
Good evening. I'm Charlie Schwab. I moved to Pacifica in 2003. Lived in San Francisco most of my life. Came here because Pacifica is underdeveloped, and that's a lot of people here like it that way. Okay, can't speak for everybody, of course, but we need to look back at the past, the present, and the future here, okay? And let's talk about the past. The quarry shut down in the 70s, okay? The reclamation has not been done, and so we are past the deadline with the state to do that. So why aren't we talking to the state and telling them that the quarry has reclaimed itself, okay? Because it has reclaimed itself. People enjoy it, you know, locals, tourists, and you know, there's not accidents there or anything. So why can't we leave it alone? Why does it have to be? And if we're going to do something, and sure not bringing in dirt from elsewhere, you can't test. You know, you have to test a lot of loads. Okay, you can't just test every 50 load, or you know. And then what happens if their load is contaminated? Then we ought to test every 100 loads after that. Who's going to pay for that? Are they going to pay for that? I don't think so. Okay. I'm a little passionate, obviously. I'll try to calm down. I'm not prepared. I didn't know I was going to be speaking tonight. The meeting kind of caught me off guard. But we can also look back at the People's Proposition, okay? When he did that, I think it was 2012, I was open-minded about it. At first I wasn't. I went and listened to the meeting, and it sounded like, you know, some good ideas. However, Caltrans is not willing to mitigate Highway 1 here. They're not putting in underpasses and overpasses. And look at the big picture. This isn't just about filling in the quarry with dirt. This is about moving to residential and or commercial. You don't need the permission from the people to have commercial, but you do for residential, okay? And so we need to, I really urge you to look at different options here and find a better solution. And what is the purpose of that's my time?
Thank you for your comment.
Oh,
Yes.
I can speak a long time.
All right, Suzanne Moore, followed by Elaine McKean, and then Sam Casillas.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. Thank you for reviewing zoning plans for Pacifica's Quarry. The quarry's historic, recreational, and environmental significance makes this location a treasured site of community concern, as evidenced by those in attendance on Zoom and watching on PCT. I think most of us would like to be watching DNC in real time to witness the torch being passed from one generation to the other. It's a testament of the importance of the quarry to Pacifica that we chose to be here this evening. I admit that the first time I saw the quarry plan, I honestly thought it was a ruse, an attempt to alarm the community into a compromise. If that was in any way the intent, then this plan only succeeded to magnify community alarm. Perhaps it is still possible for the owner and developer to put a hold on this plan, work with the community, and create a plan which meets multiple needs. I appreciate the effort of this commission to consider options that are less impactful to the environment and local traffic. For these reasons, many Pacificans favor a no-fill reclamation plan. To planning commissioners, please favor this option. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. All right, I have Elaine McKean, then Sam Casillas, and Russell Jones.
Okay, thank you. 1 second. I know how hard you have all worked. I cannot imagine what it's like to have a life and to do what you're doing, and to have jobs and to do what you're doing. And that you have to sort out all these issues, whether they're technical, environmental, cultural. There's so many issues that are at play here. And I want to thank you for that first. I'm kind of disappointed that staff doesn't seem to be working for the community the same way they seem to be accommodating the developer. But what I hope you have found in all of this is that there are just too many ways this isn't right. It's just not right. There are too many possibilities for failure. There's total probability of disruption, and there's no reward. What is Pacifica getting out of this? Are you getting any compensation for this? Also, there's no going back. If you approve this, there's no going back. We can't undo it. I just feel like we don't get to vote on this. You vote for us. You're our representatives. And you can hear all these people and all the people who have written in. So thank you again for what you do, and I hope that you will not approve this project.
Thank you. I have Sam Casillas, followed by Russell Jones, and then Amy Hanley.
Commissioners, thank you for everything you do for us. To date, it is disappointing to see this quarry reclamation and development plan move forward by the city staff after the vast majority of the public speakers and unbiased CEQA and environmental experts have presented clear evidence that the ER for this plan and rezoning proposed development is inadequate and should be rejected entirely. It is even more disappointing that the Planning Commission specifically requested a resolution from staff to deny the application, and this request was not fulfilled. This brings into question as to whether we have an impartial city staff and to whom they answer to as we consider a detrimental plan that will devastate the environment and present deleterious consequences for years to come. Additionally, staff's recommendation to accept the FEIR and the development would present the city with avoidable public nuisance, which would cause legal liability to the city, which makes the staff intentionally negligent. Today, you have received over 44 and counting public comments asking you to deny this plan that will turn our city into a toxic soil dump. And this room is filled with concerned friends and your neighbors who can all clearly see that this is a terrible project brought to us from people who don't even live here and only want to make a profit before this toxic waste dump spills into the ocean, leaving us to deal with the contamination. Let me be clear. This plan, regardless of how much soil is brought in, is illegal, would turn Pacifica into a toxic dump, Superfund site, and would bankrupt the city. Any plan with imported soil is a non-starter. Even more insulting, city staff found a loophole to not consult with indigenous tribes, which continues to do harm to them, and this plan continues to do just that. I have a lot more, but I only have 10 seconds left, so thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, I have Russell Jones, Amy Hanley, and then Andrew, I believe it says Mayman.
I thought you called my name.
What's your name?
Russell Jones?
I did. You're next. It's all you.
That's great. You really threw me earlier. You kept calling my last name, and I was like, how is she reading Russell Jones as Paul? But it's good that the Joneses showed up today. I can't believe what I'm about to say, because normally I would never propose that the city stand in the way of a good development project. But this development project is terrible. I've been sitting here for an hour listening to a ridiculous plan to have dump trucks driving through our city for hours every day for 4 years. Anybody that would suggest to you that that's a great plan for our city and our community is crazy. And what really frustrates me the most is at the beginning of the proposal, we were led with a proposition that this site has to be reclaimed. Those were the exact words of the lawyer. And the minimum amount of dump to accomplish the reclamation was 583 cubic yards. Those were her words. And yet, we know that's not true. We had a practicing civil engineer stand here minutes after their presentation telling you that in order to reclaim the quarry, there didn't need to be any fill. We just had to address the loose rocks that were making the site slightly dangerous. Although apparently everybody goes there every day. I've never been there. This is insane to me that the city would even momentarily consider having dump trucks loaded with toxic soil that is only partially tested from time to time, driving right by our schools, idling there, and dumping toxic diesel fumes. Diesel fume currently accounts for about 70% of the poison gas into our air, says the World Health Organization. And they've also identified that it's carcinogenic. This is crazy. And I'm done.
Thank you. Guys. All right. Amy Hanley, followed by Andrew Mayman, and then John Heim.
Thank you, Council, for your time. I know you've had quite a job doing this, but I've wondered, what in the hell are we thinking? Are we out of our minds even wasting our time talking about this? I mean, just listening to all the other speakers, it's just... So last meeting, I thought, who is the Division of Mine Reclamation? I think I'm going to give them a call. So I did. I called the director of Ian Stevenson, the manager of Samara, and I said, have you ever heard about this plan? He said, yeah, I'd been to the site before. He was familiar with it, and he said, it's up to the city. In other words, whatever the city wants to require to make the site safe is the city's opinion. It's not about what Samara says is required. It's what the city says, and the Division of Mine Reclamation will support whatever that is. So why are we wasting all of our time? Well, I'm just saying that we are grassroots. Look at how we got the tunnel going. We can do this. We can reclaim the quarry. We don't have to have all these tons and tons of dirt coming in. I'm sorry, but I think we're not a bunch of bumpkins here, okay? Thanks for listening.
Thank you. right, Andrew Mayman, followed by John Heim, and then Rich Campbell.
Right, I'm Andrew Myman, close. I'm a 19-year Pacifica resident, live in Pedro Point. And I wrote these comments before the previous speakers, but I'm on the same theme. Sometimes we make things a lot harder than they need to be. And it seems a path forward here is obvious when you step back from the details. First, you have in front of you a new reduced fill alternative that nobody who lives in Pacifica, or very few who live in Pacifica, want, and the fact the coast side doesn't want. And it's 583,000 cubic yards, or maybe not. Second, you have a less bad option of 400,000 cubic yards of net fill, preconditioned on a questionably legal quid pro quo kind of arrangement where you agree to approve a site-specific plan within 3 years, yet nobody has seen such site-specific plan. Less bad is not good, but it does demonstrate that even less fill option than what is proposed is viable. Finally, there's historical evidence from the previous actual proposals in the record that little to no net fill is needed to meet a developer's design. So don't fall for the tricky negotiating tactic by a landfill company that tries to represent development requirements for a specific fill amount or any fill amount. Reject this EIR and this plan. It's simple. Recognize that we do indeed have the cart before the horse. Require a development proposal that has a reclamation plan consistent with the developer's actual design, not the other way around. Clearly, it's confusing if we tried. We're trying, didn't work. So don't give the city's future negotiating leverage away in a bad deal that we and you will have to live with as 50,000 trucks, or maybe 100,000 trucks, incessantly haul dirt for years, disrupting traffic and contaminating our coast. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have John Heim, followed by Rich Campbell, followed by Pavin Johnson.
Hello, my name is Nancy Hall. I live in Valleymar, and I'm very upset, and I'm shaking right now. I'm so discouraged, but I'm hoping with what you're hearing, hope you're hearing it. I live on a dirt road. I've never been able to get anything done to it. It's just been dirt in the air all the time. And it's right across from where you're talking about that's going to be okay to let all that dirt be dumped in there. Yes, it's right across from the school where I live. And I have so much dust in my house and in my lungs, and I'm sick of it, and you guys got to do something about it. I'll help. I'll help you. I'll come and help you do it. Will you guys all help? So, I don't know how long I'll be breathing, and if this keeps on going, I just don't know what to say. No one cares. No one cares that we're breathing dirt in Valleymar, right across from you-know-what. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Nancy. And Nancy, I don't think I had a speaker card from you, Nancy, so if you wouldn't mind filling one out and then handing it to staff so we can keep it for the record. And then I have John, and then Rich, and Pavin. I actually realize I have 2 cards for you, but I'm going to call you once. Okay.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is John Heim. I'm a 31-year resident of West Sharp Park. And of all the things I've seen proposed for the quarry, this is the biggest WTF I've seen. Who remembers the windowless card room from the 90s? I thought that was cynical. This is by far, I'm shocked that this is even being considered. This is not in our best interest. I've mountain biked through the quarry countless times. It's perfect as is. Don't change a thing. Nothing needs to be changed. No poison dirt, please. But it's fine as is. But rather than just complain, I have some alternate solutions. Maybe enact some eminent domain and have the Pacifica Land Trust, the Mid-Peninsula Open Space Preserve. Maybe they'd have to drop the mid out of it, or the GGNRA. I think they would be much better stewards of the beautiful quarry, our coastal gem. I mean, who would want this on their legacy? And pardon the paraphrasing, but please don't pay paradise and put up a toxic dump. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I have Rich Campbell, followed by Pavan Johnson, and then Richie Beltran.
Good evening, commissioners. Don't be afraid or reticent at all to not certify the final environmental impact report tonight. I've been a land use and environmental attorney for coming on 30 years. I was 13 years on this very planning commission, and this is by far the most goofball EIR I've ever encountered, and that is saying something. Exhibit A, the applicant says, I'll import 580,000 cubic yards of fill, but I'll only import 400,000 if you approve my specific plan by the end of year 3. So the applicant is basically admitting that he can accomplish reclamation using 400,000 acre feet. Not studied anywhere. It's not in the EIR. There's no technical documents associated with that. And what's the city's response? No. We'd like you to do the 583, and in fact, put a gun to our head to make us approve your specific plan within 3 years. It's bizarre negotiation. I don't know what's going on. I feel bad for staff. This is coming from the top. This is coming from the city manager and the planning director, and for reasons known to them, I don't know why, they're bending over backwards to do this. So I urge you to not certify the EIR tonight for a variety of reasons you've got in front of you, comment letters, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. And guys, I just want to remind everyone, hi. I just want to remind everyone to please refrain from joining in. Everybody gets a turn, just one turn. Okay, so Pavan Johnson, followed by Richie, and then Edie.
Hello, Pavan and I switched. My name's Richie Beltran.
Okay. Hi.
I'm Ramatush. Our ancestors, we're talking about our unceded territory. That land was never given up. It was taken forcefully. I want to write something that was spoken about before. You know, Baylands talks about that person that fell off and died. You know, I really want to honor that person. That was somebody's family member. You know, we just lost a family member last night. I'm heartbroken over it, and my heart goes out to those folks. And it wasn't even in the quarry. To use something like that is so disingenuous, to misguidedly speak of somebody's death for financial gains. I mean, that's a character flaw. That's gigantic. I mean, that speaks volumes. And we're going to trust these folks to bring in clean soil? So, you know, that was important. I want to honor that. I want to honor that death. I want to make that right and honor them in a good way like that. You know, our ancestors, that land has already been desecrated many times. Our ancestors, there is a massacre site there that was discovered in 1963, and they said it was 100 years old. That means it was in the 1860s when it happened. They found bone fragments of our ancestors. Their skulls were crushed. That was during the extermination period of Peter Barnett. That's the first or the second desecration that happened there. They enslaved our ancestors. They put them in that quarry and worked them to death. We've been doing ceremonies in that quarry, and our ancestors' spiritual vibration is vibrating solid. They sent me a crow that went and got another crow and that sat on that tree while we did ceremony and sang with me for over an hour. I've never had that. I've done a lot of ceremonies. There is a spiritual energy there from our ancestors that is vibrating. They don't want this. They don't want you. Nature's already reclaimed this. This is unceded territory. How do you own stolen land? You don't. Our ancestors didn't own that land. They had a relationship with it. That's what we understand. It's like a family member. You don't own your family member. They're your family. You're their family. So this needs to be put back in indigenous hands. Nature's already reclaimed this. Beautiful there. That slope's going nowhere. It's solid. They even spoke about how if they wanted to cut the other side, they had to dynamite it because the rock's so darned hard. It's not going anywhere, and nature's already claimed it. That's our ceremonial land. Stop the desecration now. Enough is enough.
Thank you.
As my mother-in-law used to say, that's enough already.
Thank you. Okay, I have Pavan Johnson, followed by Edie Havermill, and then Marge Davis.
There's some confusion, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had Pavin Johnson? Yeah, yes.
Yeah, hello, everybody. My name is Paven. I just want to also show affirm and support and back up what Richie said. I feel it deeply as an Indigenous person. I'm a citizen of the Quapaw Nation and a member of the Bay Area Native community. The potential filling of this quarry would be such a substantial desecration of a place with such immense history that it is a concern for Native people from all over, such as myself. Many eyes are on your city in the site of ancestral homes and immense suffering. Ceremonies are conducted at that quarry. People are in community at that quarry, and nature is healing. I urge you to please understand the gravity of what this company is trying to push on your community and what your decision will mean to Native and progressive peoples everywhere across this land. Please vote no to the desecration of this sacred site. Please vote no to filling the quarry. And on a final personal note, my nation is known in Oklahoma for having dust and dirt dumped on our land. It made everybody sick, and I don't want to see that happen to your community either. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have Edie Havermill, followed by Marge Davis.
Hello, my name's Edie Havermill. I want to thank you for all of the work you're doing. I know it can't be easy, especially with all of us so passionate. I'd like for us to logically think for just a minute that the owner's getting paid to take this dirt away. So most likely the soil, it's unwanted and it's most likely contaminated. And that contamination will drain into the oceans and it will make surfers sick. My son and my husband are both surfers. I live in Valimar. All the dust coming for all those years, it's just going to be terrible for us and all the children at the school. And I don't think the plan doesn't address, it's not environmental. It's not for the environment. It's for the money. It's about the money. And I spoke with the developer when the very first time he tried to get something passed, and he said if it doesn't pass, he wanted to go make money, and he was going to make money by reclaiming. So it's about the money. It's not about the environment. And so the owners are part of an LLC. I know it was said already. So if there's any damage, the landlords and the investors are they're financially protected, and the city will have little recourse if there's to fix the contamination. That means we will go bankrupt trying to fix the contamination. And then about the people coming to the beach, we have so many people coming here now to see the whales and everything. If it's a contaminated site, people won't want to come. They'll know it's contaminated. They already know that Lindamar is one of the most contaminated beaches in the state because of the runoff going in there. So now it's going to be Rockaway, and it'll just go over to Lindamar. People will not want to come, and so it's not financially good for our city. I urge you to just nip this in the bud and get it done and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Marge Davis.
Good evening, Chair Hauser, Planning Commissioners. So I really don't feel like there's a lot that I can add. I did mention in a previous meeting that one of the responsibilities of the commission is to find if the project will be, or may be likely to become a public nuisance or will be dangerous or detrimental to the public peace, health, safety, and general welfare. And that is one of the things that you need to find in order for it to conform with Section 9, Chapter 2. So based on that, and after the myriad of meetings and all the public comment and outcry, the majority, I'd say probably 99.9%, I found it very disturbing to find in the resolution that they're asking you to sign tonight, be it further, and this is after all the whereases, and on packet page 31, it says, be it further resolved that the Planning Commission of the City of Pacifica, which at this moment is the 5 of you, and I sympathize, does hereby find the public health, safety, and general welfare are best served by approval of the reduced fill alternative of the revised project. And I just don't see how anybody can think that is true. I can't imagine why they thought to include that. You're being asked to make an incredibly difficult decision about a project that would be a huge burden on this community and is not necessary. And I'm just asking you to stick to your guns. Do not be bullied by the applicant, the owner, or city management for that matter. Try and envision what this will look like over the next 4 years for our community. Thank you for everything, really. I have the utmost respect.
Thank you all for your comments. At this point, we're going to move over to Zoom and to phone. At this point, we are going to take a 5-minute recess for Commissioner Sanity, and then we will go to public comment. Let's take it when we get back from recess, okay? And it's 9:04, we'll reconvene at 9:09. Let's give us 1 minute for, thank you.
You are allowed to use the indoor.
All right, Nico, you're up.
Are we ready? All right. Thank you, Chair. My name is Nico Bellamini, 22-year resident of Pacifica. This is actually my third time speaking up here. If you guys have been following this, I have. And the Bayland Soil Pacifica, it's an LLC. Somebody did mention that. A limited liability corporation. LLC, you know, like I said, limited liability corporation sometimes can act like a big safety shield for corporations from lawsuits in a lot of cases, which would leave us liable if there was soil testing fraud or anything like that. You know, especially formerly, you know, it was under another company name as they're shut down and not allowed to do business in San Francisco because of alleged bribery and falsifying soil tests. Doesn't really give a lot of security to people knowing that that's an LLC, I think. You know, what could go wrong, right? You know, I just want to mention the unsure amount of soil. They're also talking about dumping 500,000 cubic yards. There's going to be 1 million cubic yards. I do run a hauling company, so I know what the cost of dirt is to remove, and I'd kill to have a place where I could dump 1 million cubic yards of soil, and I think a lot of companies would, because that, you know, the profit margins there are between, you know, $87 million and $150 million. You know, like if I had a place to dump that kind of dirt, I'd be rich. I would never have to work again, you know, so. And the thing is, Pacifica is never gonna see any of that money, I don't think, especially with an LLC, there's not security with that. This also brings about another, you know, potential, you know, topic for soil testing, bribery, a lot of possibility for corruption. So I hope you guys consider that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, Nomi Harper.
Hello, I'm Nomi Harper. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I have to ask you some questions, especially to the staff. Who are you working for that you would recommend this to us? I mean, I really want to know, because I cannot believe that your staff is recommending accepting this, even at a reduced landfill number. So what is the answer to that question? Who are these people working for? I want to know. I'm very perplexed, I'm very concerned, and I don't understand this. You've seen how many people are rejecting this, and yet your staff is recommending that you accept this. Why is that? Thank you.
All right. Okay. We're going to go to Zoom and the phone now, and I would just ask that folks not specifically target anyone. So, do we have raised hands on Zoom?
We do. Our first caller is Summer. Summer, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, it's Summer Lee.
There's not much I can add, but I do want to emphasize something. There is something very insidious and horrific that's going on underneath the bureaucratic speak, and that is the refusal to give a cultural consultation to the proven living descendant of the Timictac people for the place where their ancestors had their land unlawfully seized from them. This is yet another form of erasure to Indigenous people. And I would argue this is a horrific act because now, in this day and age, we know better. I seriously doubt the ethics and the humanity of the city attorney and city staff that would take that position to further erase our Indigenous people's standing in their history. And for what? This absurdly bizarre project that is dying a death by 1,000 cuts of expert, legal, and community consensus, all saying why Pacifica should not be a dump and that the ER should be denied. Please, you can put it out of its misery tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Stephen G. Stephen, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. All right, thank you very much. So, commissioners, thank you for your time and your dedication to Pacifica. At the last Planning Commission meeting about the quarry reclamation project, commissioners gave clear instruction to staff asking for language to deny the permit, as well as showing strong support for a no imported fill option. Planning staff seems to have ignored your input. Tonight, you're being asked to approve a project that's changed, but not in the way that you or the community wanted. While the amount of imported fill has been restricted, it's nowhere near the no imported fill solution that you asked for. This disregard for your directions, as well as the community's voice, is unacceptable. Planning staff are just not listening. Additionally, by editing and submitting documents at the very last minute, planning staff have violated the Brown Act, which state you can't make additions or submissions less than 72 hours before meeting so as to ensure the public has had enough time to review what's being discussed. Staff ignored your directions, are attempting to move the goalpost again, and have likely broken the law. It's time to shut this project down, as well as potentially start an investigation into if the current planning staff are capable of fulfilling their roles in this current environment. Pacific is wonderful. It's an amazing and beautiful place filled with cultural significance and engaged citizens. It's much, much better than this. Thank you.
All right. Who's our next speaker?
Our next caller is Remy T. Remy, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, I'm Remy Tan, architect and resident of Pacific Manor and Edgemar. And we are overlooking Highway 1 as it comes down the hill from the top of the hill to the bottom. And with that many trucks, it is a little bit reduced, but not much. It's still 5 million cubic yards of dirt. That's a lot of dump trucks. And to safely traverse down that hill, they need to use engine braking, which is very loud, and it pollutes the air. And it's a huge noise and annoyance to our community in the Edgemar Manor area. And the only way they can probably fix that is that you use electric trucks or Daimler electric trucks and have no diesel going down that hill and back up the hill, because the truck's got to go back up the hill empty. So that would be the only way that this thing is anywhere near environmentally safe. And then, as many of the other speakers have pointed out, there's corruption with the company that's doing this, so we can't trust them that they're going to put contaminated soil into our city. So even if they had electric trucks bringing this stuff up and down, we don't know that the soil is clean. So I would say, given the history of this, this project should be rejected. And the reduced fill option doesn't even make sense. You still don't restore the hill to the quote unquote original topography. It's still a bowl there, so I'm not even sure what we're achieving. And then you got to run the trucks across the the flat part of the quarry where there is some endangered species there and run it across the creek. So that's not a good thing environmentally. So I don't know where the EIR doesn't mention really any how they're going to protect the environment.
Thank
So
you, Remy.
again, I urge the Planning Commission to reject this project and send these guys home packing.
Thank you, Remy. Who is our next speaker?
Our next caller is Lisa I. Lisa, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking either, but I feel that we are not getting enough information, that the project keeps changing, that the information that the Planning Commission asked for is not forthcoming. I think it's, people spoke saying that the state regulation is very much open to interpretation and that we do not have to fill the land to fulfill the state requirement. And I vote against, I would like to state my opposition to this project, and until we can study in exactly what our obligations are and how we can address it and how we can creatively think of some of these ways to fulfill this project that would benefit the city and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Norma Jo W. Norma, you may unmute yourself.
Hi. Oh, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hi, my name's Norma Jo Waxman. I was not planning on speaking, and I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I have been listening, however, in increasing horror, and so I raised my hand on Zoom. Thank you again, as everybody has said. I know how difficult the Planning Commission work is, and I'm a 23-year-old, now I'm 63 this week, 23-year resident of Pacifica. I'm a physician. And as an undergraduate, I was an environmental studies major at Berkeley in the 70s and 80s. I've worked on many momentous projects. In fact, the Crosstown Tunnel project in San Francisco, we got stopped. And I know this community is strong. And I, again, have never, I just want to echo all of the speakers and thank them for what they've said. I don't really have much to add. I'm super delighted that somebody pointed out the just egregious act of this developer in basically trying to just cut his losses and cover it by, getting huge amounts of dollars, trucking in reclaimed and nasty toxic dirt. For what? For a quarry that's already a recreational area, and apparently from another person who testified found that there is no need, that Samara wouldn't make us do it. This is clearly just most lame brain concept that has come through on the quarry. It makes me pine for Peoples to come back with his hotel and convention center. But in any case, I also really urge the commission, one, to reject this. This is a liability for our city. We finally, since COVID, have had all over the Bay Area region, people realizing what a gem this gorgeous little beach town is, how close we are to the city. We've seen our property values go up, and I'm done.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's our next speaker?
That was our last raised hand.
Okay. So with that, we will move it back to the applicant, who has 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Hauser, members of the Planning Commission. I'm going to speak for 1 minute and then turn it over to Matt Walsh to answer a couple of technical questions. But first, I want to correct the record here. The first thing to correct the record about is SMARA DMR has been involved asking the city for information about this site
the DMR was out at the site conducting an inspection to look at the site and to determine whether or not the site has reclaimed itself, which it hasn't. So that's why they asked for more security to guarantee that at some point reclamation will occur based on the adopted reclamation plan, whatever it looks like. So the site has not reclaimed itself. Secondly, I'd like to comment that everybody keeps saying we're changing the project. No, we have not changed the project. It's the same application we submitted on September 1st, 2023, same plan. All we did was this planning commission asked for information about other ways to reduce fill. So what we said was, you have a reduced fill alternative in the EIR. Can we make it work? So we came up with ways to make it work. And I'm gonna let Matt speak to how he did that based on your own general plan. There is no development here. This is still reclamation. It's either reclamation at 870,000 cubic yards or 583,000 cubic yards if you want to proceed with a reduced fill alternative. And then the third thing I will say is that the CEQA document has evaluated all of this. That's why we went through this plan. We didn't change anything. There is no development proposal. There won't be any development proposal, and there hasn't been for 30 years. So nothing has changed here. The question is, do you fill the quarry and comply with SMARA or not? And I'm going to turn it over to Matt to explain why you need to fill the quarry.
First, I want to address a few of the public comments on dumped fill. We've addressed that in page 9 of the reclamation plan. It's not new to us that they're on the southern bluff.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'd really like to hear these answers.
There's dumped
please.
fills and instability. Geotechnical report also is in conjunction with the plans. That'll be used as a guiding document during reclamation. It also calls for removal of the dump fills and stabilization. Section 2BF calls for the regrading of the southern bluff of all the loose soils, dumped fills, and uneven surfaces. So that's all in the plan. Addressing section 3704F in SMAR, it calls for slope stability and slope conforming to surrounding topography. So that's a standard that we've stated over and over again. The face is not stable. I've shown you that in the aerial exhibit that we reviewed earlier tonight. And then 3704D calls for reclaimed slopes not to exceed 2 to 1. Clearly states that in 3704D. As far as the surety, there's a financial assurance cost estimate provided to the city and DMR as standard practice, and that was updated about 30 days ago. And then there's also the soil management plan that stipulates US EPA environmental screening levels and lab testing done by a third party. And then lastly, just addressing the dust
Mr.
control
Walsh, hold on one
consideration.
moment. I would like to hear the end of this answer, and I want to make sure that it's our prerogative to allow the applicant to complete. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry for the rush. Addressing the dust control plan, that was submitted in October of 2023, prepared in conformance with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. It goes above and beyond what typical standards are at the request of some of the commission's questions from past hearings. It's also calling for wind speed monitoring and air quality monitoring equipment to be placed immediately adjacent to the reclamation operations. And it establishes shutdown procedures for any known exceedances when that monitoring is triggered.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I believe we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. And my goal tonight is to come to a decision tonight. So let's work towards that and kind of see what comes out of that goal. I'd also like, there's 5 of us up here, and because this is a rezone, I believe that we need 4 yes votes to approve this. Is that correct, Ms. Murphy?
That's correct. 4 affirmative votes for zoning amendments or general plan amendments per the Planning Commission bylaws.
Okay. So it's a quorum of the commission at large, not just a quorum of the commissioners present.
That's correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is start with Commissioner Wright, but before we jump into questions and deliberation, I wonder if we may want to just take stock of where we are initially, whether we're leaning one way or another or undecided, because I think that may help to streamline some of the conversation and some of the questions. So, Commissioner Wright, I'll defer to you to, in whichever way you'd like to start out here.
So so I understand clearly, you're asking where, now that we've heard from the public, now that we've heard from the applicant, now that we've heard from staff, you're asking me where am I right now in regards to what part of this question? Because there are multiple parts to this question. For me, I would feel more comfortable breaking it down to see which part we all have problems with. Overall, right now, just to be clear, I'm convincible, but I'm a no.
Okay. I think that it's a large amount of information that we've taken in over the last year. It's thousands and thousands of pages and hundreds of comments. And so I think that we have enough information to come to a decision, but we don't necessarily have enough time to deliberate on every little thing. So that's a helpful piece of information. And let's just kind of move through the commission, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Wright for questions. So Commissioner Redfield. And please speak into the microphone.
So again, so we're looking.
I'm just taking temperatures right now because I think it will help us direct our deliberations.
Yeah, definitely have questions on numerous items to go through. So yeah, we don't have, in order to boil this down to a consensus, I think is going to be somewhat easy, but also somewhat hard.
Okay. Vice Chair Ferguson.
I don't know if this will help take the pressure off of the rest of the commission or put more pressure on some individual. I have looked at this for hundreds and hundreds of hours now. I had made very specific requests of staff that were, to my mind, completely ignored, and I'm a little offended by it. There's no way that I can justify some of the findings of facts that I saw in the packet for tonight. And I can't put my final stamp on this EIR, there's no way. So I don't feel like having a big discussion about it. We've looked at it for hours and hours and hours. I'll leave it to you guys, but you're going to need all 4 votes from everyone else.
Okay. Commissioner Berman.
I have quite a few questions. I did already meet with staff and ask a few questions more, which I'm appreciative of, but currently I'm undecided.
Okay. So then I will go back to Commissioner Wright in a second here, but I did want to, go ahead, Commissioner Berman.
Are we able to hear your opinion?
Yes.
Okay.
But before I give it, I do want to just say thank you to everyone in this room. There was a lot of feedback that was directed at our staff, and I would just want to remind everyone that this is really hard, right? This is a very hard application to analyze. There are thousands of pages of information, and we have a limited staff that has changed over in the middle of this project. So I just want to remind everyone to be kind, because these people are working for Pacifica. And I also want to thank the applicant for their presentation, because I know that there's been a lot of time and cost on your part. And I agree with one of the members of the community who said, it's absolutely your right to provide an application that, is based on economic benefit. I wholly understand that. And lastly, I want to thank the community because we have a lot of meetings, and 4 meetings in a row, this community has come out in force, has been present on Nextdoor, has literally beaten the drum on the street, and it's a big deal. So I had, to answer your question, Commissioner Berman, I had a lot of time to try to think about this because I've been pretty consistent over the last few meetings on how I feel. And I really tried to look at this application that came for this meeting with fresh eyes. And I've boiled it down to, can I make the findings? And I'm happy to go into more detail, but there are at least 10 of them that I do not think that I can make. So my vote will also be a no. So with that, I would like to pass it back to Commissioner Wright to go through questions, comments, however we want to do it. But that's, I think, the context that we're starting from.
Do you want to do a limited number of my questions, or do you
I
want me to do them all?
I
and
want
we'll be here
you,
till-
I want you to get whatever information you need, and I want to have whatever deliberation we need. But I think it's really important to understand where we're all starting from so that we can have a fruitful deliberation, because opinions do change, and this is a smart group, and we've heard a lot of important information.
Okay. Then I guess my first question would go out to actually our city attorney. Let's take a hypothetical situation. Let's suppose that we turn this down. Let's suppose they go to Samara, and let's say that the state steps in and says, yes, you have to reclaim it. Could you explain some of the consequences of what happens if we say no?
Of course. So, so the Planning Commission's action is appealable to the City Council. And then the City Council, assuming it's appealed, would hear the application and make a decision. If the City Council denies the application, it would be the applicant's right to appeal to DMR, to have it heard by, to have the application then heard by DMR as the appellate body. Typically for the city's land use decisions, that City Council is the final appellate body. But for this, that's not the case. The final appellate body is the Department of Mines and Reclamation. So then they would hear the project and you know, the concern about that would be losing local control if it does go to DMR.
How much control would we lose?
DMR would have the ability to act on the project, or make a decision with the project, or direct the city to make certain decisions on the project.
Who trumps who, DMR or Coastal Commission?
That is an excellent question, and they're both state bodies. So this project does still require Coastal Commission approval as well. So I don't know if it's one trumps the other, but you know, both state bodies have roles in the process.
As part of our application review, are we allowed to consider traffic as one of our considerations?
So in the environmental review, we did study transportation traffic impacts in the context of VMT, which is how we can currently address traffic in terms of a CEQA impact. In terms of general traffic considerations, you would be guided by general city policies, the general plan or ordinances regarding traffic. But with respect to CEQA, the focus is on VMT.
And then as far as staff goes, I mean, I've heard a lot of concerns about the quality of the soil, the potential testing. Could staff speak to exactly what the testing procedures would be to ensure and assure our citizens that the soil that's coming in here is clean?
So this is something that we are, that is going to be part of the soil management plan, that is part of the condition of approval. The applicant will propose a soil management plan with these standards in their proposal, and that will be peer reviewed by the city and the city engineering department before we can decide on all those performance standards that are going to be, we are going to be able to monitor them and enforce them.
So you're suggesting that we relinquish our control over conditioning the testing requirements and turn it over to staff. Is that my understanding of what the ask is in your recommendation for approval?
In approving a grading permit, which is a discretionary, which is a ministerial permit, this would be one of the requirements to check off before we can issue a grading permit for any grading to start on this project. That's what that condition is outlining.
I don't feel that that answered my question. Do you understand what part of it I don't feel is answered?
Yeah.
Yes, I think your question is in terms of who would have final review authority over the soil management plan. And that would be city staff in coordination with DTSC, the body that controls, toxins, as well as, peer review and whatever, review is necessary. That is the condition that's proposed.
That doesn't provide me with a particular comfort level that I was expecting to have regarding this most important issue, just to be clear. Could I also hear a little bit about exactly what the SMARA regulations are, what kind of communications that you've had with the Department of Mine Reclamation, so that we can understand better what their position is, what pressure we're under? Are we on a clock?
Of course. So when the reclamation plan, and this was a prior version of the reclamation plan, that when it was, I believe, the original plan at 970, it was required that the city send it to DMR for review. DMR did review the plan, and they had 3 comments that were addressed, and the reclamation plan was revised to address DMR's comments. So they have reviewed the plan. We did send them information that was provided by the applicant to provide them with notice that we were hearing a proposal for a reduced fill alternative. They said they had no comments on that. So that's DMR's kind of review approval or preliminary review of the plan. And then separate and apart from that, DMR has contacted the city requesting status updates on the reclamation because there was a prior plan for reclamation, and how the reclamation was proceeding, for updates on the bond amounts. So DMR has become more interested in monitoring reclamation plans, and my understanding is that they've been doing that throughout the state, that it's not just the quarry site, but they're looking at plans to make sure that they are reclaimed appropriately.
Is it true that there was a change in leadership at DMR?
That's my understanding. I can't confirm that, but that's my understanding.
Is that the impetus for why there's more attention on these issues?
Again, that's my understanding, but I don't know for certain.
This is a question for staff again. I'm a little bit confused because on one part of a presentation and report, I saw that there will be no outbound trips during drop-off hours. And on another part, I saw that there would be no truck trips, period, between school drop-off hours. Could somebody resolve that conflict for me, please?
We'll have to look into that a little more to respond to that. We'll need some time. I'm not sure either.
Should I wait, or are you suggesting that perhaps we...
Let's keep going with the questions, and then maybe we can come back to that.
I'd like to talk a little bit about dust mitigation at this point. Could staff explain a little bit about the dust mitigation process?
And if you could please introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jill Barnes, Principal Engineer with CSG Consultants, and I'm consulting for the Department of Public Works on this project. So dust control is typically provided by wetting down the site with a water truck, or water that is provided on site through fire hydrants nearby. There is also on larger sites tackifier that sometimes is applied with straw mulch to keep the dust down. There are requirements for tarping loads that are brought onto the site, such as the fill. In other projects, you also tarp loads that are leaving the site so that you keep the dust from blowing off the trucks as they're in transit.
From what I heard from the applicant, they were talking about doing actual air quality monitoring and wind speed monitoring. Could you explain how this might be beneficial to controlling the impact to the neighboring communities?
Yeah, I'm not specifically familiar with what they are proposing, but it's my experience that these types of monitoring devices would be provided on site, and that if there were levels that were going beyond or getting near to going beyond what is recommended or acceptable to the air quality management district, then it sounds like the site would be shut down until they could fix that, or figure out how to abate.
A couple quick questions for the city attorney again. In the event that, since we have a treatment plant right there, if recycled water was available, could we condition this project to use recycled water if the water department can provide it?
If the water, if there is a caveat in terms of availability, that would seem an appropriate condition.
It would just seem to be a shame to pour potable water down on the ground. Let's see. When it comes down to the trees, you're talking about taking away, what was it, 25 heritage trees, and we're talking about replacing them with how many trees?
114.
And do we have a care and maintenance plan for those trees? Do those trees enjoy the same protections? Are we going to keep track of them? Or is it going to be possible so that in the event that they do develop this site in, say, 5 years, that they can cut down those trees because they're not protected?
So the 25 trees that they're taking down are protected trees, and they will be replaced. And we could add a condition of approval that would actually have a maintenance and ongoing protection for those trees, because they are part of the approval of the project, and they would be protected by the approvals themselves.
And that would be for the life of the tree?
Yes.
That's correct. For example, a maintenance agreement could be required to be recorded against the site, or a tree preservation and monitoring maintenance agreement that would ensure that the trees are adequately maintained.
But once again, that's at the staff level and not under our purview once we make this determination. Is that correct?
That's correct. The condition would be to provide an agreement and to have it recorded and executed prior to issuance of a permit. So that would be done then at the staff level.
Okay. We also had a number of speakers tonight talking about how they didn't think that the reclamation was as necessary and that the scope that we're talking about was a little larger. Could you talk to what the regulations are in terms of scope so that it's clear to the public?
So SMARA doesn't specifically address,
Or the Department of Mine Regulations?
or the Department of Mines, address the amount of fill that is or is not required, but there are certain requirements in SMARA in terms of slopes, in terms of stability, in terms of contouring to the site and being appropriate for the end uses. So those are all things that have been reviewed in the context of this plan based on the information that was provided and staff's determination that that those findings could be met with respect to this plan. And DMR also did review an original version, or the project itself is proposed, and then also was provided the reduced fill alternative and didn't note any concerns with respect to the ability to make those findings.
I heard the word end use. Is there an end use proposal in front of us?
There is not. There is not, but the 583 reduced fill alternative is based on the general plan, which has already been approved, adopted, has been studied, and is already in place. So it's assuming end uses in accordance with what the city has already reviewed.
Are we entitled to condition the testing pretty much any way we want?
You can certainly include additional conditions on the testing in terms of any way you want. We would want to just make sure that there is, evidence in the record that that we are ensuring that any conditions that we impose are related to the project and impact related to the project.
But like, for example, we could ask that the soil be tested at the site that it's taken from prior to taking it from it. Could we condition it that every truckload gets tested? For just two examples.
You could condition that every location is tested. You may be able to condition that every truck is tested, but in terms of, if all the soil is coming from one location, we might be, subject to, challenge based on the fact is testing of every single truck necessary if the soil is all homogeneous in the same location. But that's all something that we would be able to look at through this soil management plan and through a testing management plan. So we could certainly include, for example, in a condition with, the maximum amount of testing, that's deemed feasible for, or that may be required for the site. So we could, try to bolster that condition to make sure that we are doing the maximum amount of testing. But we'll have to, right now it's, we don't know exactly the sites where it's coming from and, how many different locations it would be.
And like, let's just take a hypothetical here. Let's take a hypothetical that they're building a high-rise in downtown San Francisco. They're going to do a huge excavation for a number of stuff. They test a little bit of soil on the top, but down underneath from the gas station 2 blocks away, there's a bunch of nasty stuff down there, 2 stories down in a 5-story basement. So it seems to me that it's important to do pretty regular testing. And if you're not doing regular testing and we're taking it out of our control and we're giving it to staff to determine the amount of testing, you're asking us to place a lot of trust in that discretion without us having any review authority to help with that plan, to give us that level of comfort, to feel like we are okay on that. Is that true?
Well, and one option would certainly be that if there were conditions for certain plans, that those plans that we would bring informational updates to the Planning Commission on those plans and on our review, on staff's review of the plans, just to make sure that the Planning Commission is informed, and then staff's determination to approve plans could be appealed. Staff's determinations can be appealed to the Planning Commission. So there are options for keeping the Planning Commissions updated and for call-ups to the Planning Commission if deemed necessary.
And is that same process available to other conditions that we put on?
It would be.
Would it be possible to condition the project where we map where every single truckload goes so that we know in the event that later we find out that there's some kind of contaminant and we want to know where that soil is? And Base Oils LLC has gone, we're 5 years later. If we know where it is, we can go in there and we can get that bad stuff and take it out without having to dig up the whole thing. Is that something we can do as a condition?
Technically, I don't know that I can answer that in
Is it a
terms
better
of.
question for staff, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, and certainly you could have a condition that required, as much mapping as feasible, but I don't know that I could respond to what that might be.
I know that's not anywhere near all my questions, but I feel like I need to catch my breath, reorganize my thoughts.
Let's stop there, and then maybe we'll keep going, and then we'll move to deliberation. We can always stop for questions.
Sorry to have so many.
It's really important that we all did our homework, and you clearly did your homework, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Redfield.
I'd like to make some comments on this. First, I would like to really thank staff. As was pointed out, I mean, change is inevitable, but changes happen rapidly, and I appreciate what staff does. And I do not appreciate the fact that you guys have been unfairly spoken of. There are others in the room that have been unfairly spoken of as well, and I'm not a fan of that. I'm a fan of facts, and I'm a fan of good stuff, good things to happen. This is not a good thing for me. When I applied for this job, I was told by someone that I think we all know and love by all, that the hardest thing about this job is making the decision. And that's very true. I think all of us can attest to that. Given the public comments, I thank everyone, as Chair did, in the room. This is, I don't know what cities you find this in that happens. I don't know if it happens at Half Moon Bay or San Bruno, whatever, but it happens here. And everybody here has that passion, and I really appreciate that. And I think we all do. I don't think we can deny, just looking back at the things, it's kind of illogical in my mind for me to deny the fact that a finite amount of import fill is necessary for reclamation. I think I estimate, looking at the photos that are in the file, there's probably 3 to 5 million cubic yards have been removed from that site over the 20th century alone. It's a heck of a lot of, if you look at the aerial photos, you can see the degradation basically of what existed there. So it seems illogical to me, but given we cannot come up with a number. This is, reclamation must be done under state and city law, under local law. The hard part is, that remains to be seen how we get there. I think many in the room have spoken that we want to get there. We want to see, there's many that are affirming that something, they'd like to see something in the quarry. And I think it's stated in numerous city documents. I think this is, and I've said it for years, this is, I think, the last viable economic engine for Pacifica. I really believe that. And you can have your cake and eat it too. Even the plans that have come out, the ideas that come out, that the vast majority of this with development is slated for open space. The vast majority of it. And that probably will wind up being a larger parcel than Morey Point itself. But it adjoins, obviously is adjacent to Morey Point. That's phenomenal. To have preserved land within city limits that is usable by everybody, provides an economic benefit, a recreational benefit. It's an absolute benefit. And that's the goal here, for at least for me, and I think for everyone here, is to come to an equitable conclusion of what can be done with the quarry for everyone, for you, for the developer, for anybody, especially the people coming to Pacifica. It's a project, yes. If it's a project, I don't care what the project is. I don't care if your neighbor's getting a renovation. Somebody is inconvenienced. You have trucks, you have, we go through it all the time with, with development on just a remodel or an addition. So there's always a level of inconvenience. This is a high level of inconvenience. But I believe many of these things can be mitigated. We need to find out how to get there. That's the goal. I do not feel comfortable tonight with what's put forth. It won't sit well with me. It won't sit well with you. And that's the goal, is to find where you can please some of the people some of the time. You can't please all the people all the time. But the goal is to please Pacifica overall. So that's my statement, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Redfield. Vice Chair, do you have anything else you want to add or pass?
No, you can pass me.
Commissioner Berman.
I'll go ahead. Well, before I get into another hour of questions and comments, given that I am undecided and we took a temperature of the 5 people here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like there's 2 certain no's, like no's for certain, and then there's a likely no, and then also an undecided. Is this, or a likely no, another likely no? I'm like the pure undecided. And in order for this to get approved, we need 4 yeses on the motion presented before us. That's correct. So we are. That's correct. Absolutely not going to get that tonight. So I don't know if everyone wants to sit through an hour of my questions and comments.
I think, and I will ask the other commissioners to weigh in, but I think, again, this has been a long process, and it's important that you get the clarity that you need to make whatever vote you want to. And if that means you want to ask an hour of questions, I think that that's really important.
I'd love to go home to my 1-year-old and sleep, but okay. I guess I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to get into all my questions because some of them are very, very finite. But I'm going to start with the most generic ones and the most big picture ones. First, so I have somewhere here, SMARA up, but it's a very big act. And I was trying to filter through to find the definition of when does a quarry site need to be reclaimed. For example, I think it was mentioned that someone from DMR visited the site to see if the quarry had reclaimed itself. Is that true?
I believe the applicant's attorney mentioned that. Likely there was and I don't know if the applicant can speak to that, if they actually met with someone from DMR. So I can't really speak to what specifically the DMR representative may have said, but I do know that that DMR has inquired of the city of the status of the reclamation, and they have inquired of the city of the status of the bond amounts for the reclamation to ensure reclamation takes place.
Okay, thank you. But it does sound like DMR has been doing that for pretty much all of the state quarry sites. Is that your understanding? That is, they're just doing their rounds?
Yeah, my understanding is that DMR is looking at quarry sites more now than they had been in the past. Okay. Although it had always been a requirement that the site be reclaimed.
Okay.
That there is more follow-up now from the state.
Generic question on SMARA. What determines whether a quarry needs to be reclaimed? Like, for example, and one of the commenters brought this up, is it that there's a recent history of erosion within the quarry pit? Is it that it exceeds a certain slope? Or, like, what is not even specific to Pacifica, what is the generic criteria of, oh, looking at this quarry, this being any quarry, what about it means that something needs to be done to it?
Generally speaking, all quarries that are no longer in operation need to be reclaimed. And the nature of like the 2-to-1, those have to do with requirements as to, the reclamation requirements that must be met.
Mm-hmm.
But generally, if a quarry is no longer operational, it needs to be reclaimed.
Do we know why? The purpose of that? Is it potentially harmful to have an open face quarry?
Likely, and also to make sure that if a site was mined, that after that's completed, it's brought back to a natural condition. I would imagine, I don't know specifically the
would I be able
when it
to
was.
perhaps just tap, because I legitimately, as someone who enjoys learning and is very scientific, I just want to know. So can I tap into the applicant team to see if they happen
Of course,
to know?
of course.
I don't know, Mr. Walsh, do you happen to know? And I'm speaking generically here, like any quarry.
Do I need to reopen the public hearing?
I'm asking
For a
question.
It's okay to ask a question.
Okay.
It does reopen just to that issue, but it's limited to the one question.
As long as I don't have to do anything else here.
Okay. Do you mind? Thanks.
So I've been studying SMARA for a while now, and the general umbrella of my understanding is that any land previously disturbed by mining that remains undisturbed, unvegetated, potentially hazardous to public health and safety needs to be reclaimed. And so what I typically look for is there public access across properties, even if it's private? Is that access going to be maintained? In this instance, the answer is yes. And are there hazards to potential trails and public that might not know where they're going on a trail or might not know unstable areas? So those are kind of like the broad umbrella of the purpose for SMARA.
Potentially hazardous, you take as erosion, like the hazard is erosion related.
Yeah. So when I look at an aerial of the site, is there falling debris? Is there erosion that looks like it's active? Gullies? I think you have an engineering background, if I'm not mistaken. So you know what a stormwater pollution prevention plan is and erosion control. So if you're seeing rilling, smaller areas of water running down steeper slopes, those turn into larger gullies and, depending on the size of storm events, can wash out areas. So we're looking to mitigate those.
Okay, thank you. And that's what made sense to me, because I understand erosion, but the giant SMARA document that I am going to be honest, I did not read every word. I wasn't seeing if there's something like, it's potentially hazardous to, I don't know, emissions of some sort, just to leave a quarry open face, but the hazard is erosion.
Erosion and fall hazards. So when you look at, a 2-to-1 slope, you can catch yourself if you stumble. A 1-to-1, you cannot. Mm-hmm. A sheer vertical, obviously you cannot. So when we're looking at, potential fall hazards and the distance of fall, on this site in particular being 100 feet, that raises concerns for the safety component of SMARA.
Sure. Okay. That's all my questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Mm-hmm.
I guess to that's in my opinion not, we have to completely fill this pit. It's more like people shouldn't be walking on like the edge of this cliff, or it should be, not officially deemed public access. I don't know if there's a lot of cliffs in Pacifica. So, okay, because I wanted to better understand what generically is required with SMARA, so this discussion helps. I want to point out, because it hasn't been explicitly talked about this meeting, which has gone on for 3+ hours. Staff, I think, did a really elegant job of writing a new condition. It's condition number 9 on packet page 74. And I'm not going to read it because it would take forever, and I'm not going to try to summarize it. I'm wondering, staff, can you please like very clearly walk through what is being conditioned, because it's not exactly what was in the staff report. It's a little less import density per year as what I read it. So condition number 9, so it talks about for the first 2 years, there's a maximum of 100,000 cubic yards of imported fill, which I know differs from the prior pages of the staff report, which I think the applicant proposed 100,000 cubic yards the first year, and then another 100,000 cubic yards the second year. So by year 2, there's 200,000 cubic yards. But that is not what condition 9 says. So what does condition 9 say? And then please take it forward beyond where I stated.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I can go over that in detail. Yes, as you mentioned, the proposal by the applicant was 100,000 cubic yards per year for the first 2 years, and that was going to be 200,000 cubic yards in the first 2 years. What staff is proposing is 100,000 cubic yards in the first 2 years, and what hasn't been determined is how that is going to happen. Is it going to be 100,000 cubic yards in year 1 and nothing in year 2, or would that be divided among the 2 years? That has not been determined, and that is what was going to be part of this grading management plan. And when we go through the whole permitting process for the grading permit, that would be determined. So that's part of it. And the second part of that is any of this reclamation, even 1 cubic yard of dirt to be brought into the quarry site, they would have to go through all the necessary approvals that have been listed in that condition of approval. That I think is about 13 different approvals. And once we get those approvals, the proposal staff has come up with is 100,000 cubic yards in the first 2 years, and then the applicant would be allowed another 100,000 cubic yards if a draft of the proposed specific plan has been prepared by the city for the project site. So if that has been, there is a draft specific plan, then they would get another maximum import of another 100,000 cubic yards in year 3. And then if there is no draft of the proposed specific plan by year 4, they would get the remaining of up to a maximum of 583,000 cubic yards, or any such lower amount as is necessary to develop the land uses at the project site in accordance with the applicable general plan land use designations. So this condition does not give them a blanket check for 583,000 cubic yards, even at the end of 4 years. It says up to that amount based on the specific plan process or other requirements as applicable under the general plan land use designation. And also finally, it does specify that all the maximum fill amounts described above shall be determined based on a geotechnical analysis prepared by the applicant and peer-reviewed and approved by the city at the applicant's expense. So all the conditions, the new conditions that have been proposed are going to be at the applicant's expense. They will propose these plans. they will be peer reviewed by the city or industry experts that will be retained by the city. And then, and that will be part of the grading permit that will be issued for the reclamation plan to commence. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so just to reiterate, and tell me if I'm getting any of this wrong. Under condition 9, the applicant would be able to only import 100,000 cubic yards within the first 2 years. And that could be 100,000 cubic yards the first year and 0 the second year. Or it could be distributed a little less densely. Then the second year, they are able to import another 100,000.
The first 2 years.
I'm sorry, the third year. I'm sorry. The third year, they're able to import another 100,000 for a total of 200,000. And then by the fourth year, if there hasn't been a specific plan developed, then they're entitled to the remainder leading up to a maximum of 500, and we've said it so many times now, 583,000 cubic yards.
They said, that's not what they said. 583 was not the maximum. She did not say that that was a cap.
It's in the condition.
No, I said up to a maximum of 583 is what the condition reads here.
Or
such lower. So
Or
it's still
lower.
a maximum.
forward, that,
Or low, or less.
Or lower, yeah.
or less.
Or less.
Okay.
Not
And I think that's the idea of the development, the specific plan. Maybe we wouldn't need up to 583,000. Question on that. So I like this condition a lot better than what the applicant was proposing. I think it needs to go hand in hand with maximum truck trips per year, per day, sorry, maximum truck trips per day, because 161 truck trips per day is a lot for our worst intersection in Pacifica. I did just little simple math, and at the 161 truck trips per day for 200,000 cubic yards for 1 year, applying that rate to only 100,000 cubic yards, I got 81 truck trips. But anyways. But question, so year 4, if there is not a specific plan developed, it doesn't need to be approved, just needs to be developed.
Yes.
If there isn't a specific plan developed, is there a timeline cap for the remainder, like 383 cubic yards? So the first 2 years is 100,000 cubic yards. The third year is another 100,000 cubic yards. The remainder is 383,000 cubic yards.
It's 400,000 cubic yards, right? And then the remainder is 183, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the condition 9 doesn't match the table from the staff report.
Right.
Which I know that.
Yeah, that table was proposed by the applicant, so the table 2, that is confusing, so.
No, and I know, it is confusing because you have to find this condition 9 to like really understand what's being recommended. But basically that's a big jump from 200,000 cubic yards the first 3 years, and then by year 4, it jumps up to a total of 583. I'm just wondering, like, timeline, I'm assuming that's over like another 4 years.
It could be, and we did not extrapolate that. We said at that point, they would be permitted to bring in the remaining amount up to 583,000 cubic yards. We did not put a timeline, but we could say this could be over this many years, or, this can be built up more as well, yes.
Okay. I wouldn't think that, well, you know what? Well, this is where, I don't know if anyone cares to opine. I wouldn't want to necessarily put a timeline because I don't want to increase the amount of truck trips per day, but at the same time, I don't want to turn 4 years
Into 8.
into 8 years.
We can add within, that's something we'll have to discuss. Again, we are pulling numbers.
I get
with
it.
no basis, so we'll need some kind of a grading management plan for us to determine that the rate at which it can be filled at the last stages. Because, again, that's what the grading management plan is going to tell us, how much time it's going to take to start the grading and how fast they can proceed, and how will the phasing be, where will they start, where will they end. All those kind of things is information we don't have right now as, as city employees who are processing this application. So that's exactly what we're asking for, which the experts can look at it, the technical staff can look at it. I'm a planner, I'm not an engineer, so I can only think of certain things, but we will have engineering staff and other peer reviewers review these, so we do get to the bottom of it, and we can condition those projects and have some kind of an operation and management kind of a plan which we can monitor.
Yeah, I worry because conditioning the project happens tonight.
Right.
And if the conditions say something that could potentially turn into 8 years of truck trips, I don't want us to be that, not having that foresight, so I'm trying to have the foresight, basically.
Agree.
But like I said, we could keep going, but I think in the end, we know what the outcome of tonight is going to be. I would like to, if we were to approve this tonight, I would like to add a condition of maximum daily truck trips, which corresponds to something along condition number 9. So the rate of import from condition number 9.
So that would stretch the project out by your calculation to about 6 years?
I don't think that's the intent. That's not the intent, because condition number 9 intends for a specific plan to be developed by year 3, which I understand year 3 isn't 3 years from now. It's like probably 6 years from now that the first, because there's a series of approvals that need to occur. So like, if we approved it tonight, they're not going to haul dirt tomorrow, or, after city council approval, if they approved it. So my read of it is that there's certainly time to develop a specific plan, which is a city-led process. But the concern I brought up is if for some reason we don't have a specific plan developed by year 3 of this timeline, which again, doesn't start now, it probably starts 3 years from now, there's a loophole through this where the project could last like 8 years, which I don't think we want either. I mentioned that I have a lot of little picky comments, and I'm just gonna run through a couple just so they're stated because I think they're important. If this project were to move forward, I think in the stormwater pollution prevention plan, there needs to be some biological survey aspect where we use proper silt fences for the red-legged frogs, because standard silt fences are not friendly for the red-legged frogs. So there certainly needs to be a lot of biological input in the erosion control measures that would be on this site for 4 years, 8 years, we're not exactly sure yet. I I support the addition of staff's spot checking and random inspection of the monitoring during construction. I think that the prohibited truck trip time should start earlier than 8. Right now, it's being proposed that it's from 8 to 9. There's no truck trips, but I think it should start at 7:30 because traffic starts at that terrible, terrible intersection at 7:30 a.m. And then, so my next big comment is with all these truck trips, and when I say all, I am visualizing that we are going to reduce the amount of daily truck trips if this were to be approved. Nowhere near 161, it's less. I think there needs to be some type of improvement to Reina Del Mar intersection. I think it's the worst operating intersection in our city, and to have trucks come every 20, well, I guess now it would be less often, but at least a truck every hour. I mean, more than one truck an hour, let's be honest. I think there needs to be improvements to that intersection. I think there needs to be something better that the community can look forward to, something hopeful, especially related to traffic. And I know that the CEQA process of this project is unique in that there isn't volume increase of transportation going into the site once the project's done, because it's not a development, it's not housing, it's not commercial, it doesn't have any vehicle trips associated with it once it's completed. But there is so much impact to this intersection, Caltrans's intersection, that I think there needs to be something improved in the end. I know we don't classify level of service anymore, but this was level of service F, and it needs to be something better at the end of this project. And lastly, I would want to add a condition or maybe insert language into an existing condition that makes the applicant have to improve any damage on Highway 1 if, with all these truck trips, if there's damage to the road, not only potholes, but I don't know, does Caltrans need a wider shoulder? Maybe the shoulder needs to be wider for all these trucks to turn right or turn left in and out of the intersection. So, yeah. An idea on that would be, because I think there's usually a condition of approval that the applicant would need to repair city streets or maybe do a pre-construction survey and then post-construction survey. I think that should apply to the neighboring properties, which would be Caltrans's Highway 1. I could keep going, but those were my main ones. I mean, I guess I could turn it back to the chair because I know you haven't had a chance to speak, but I mean, my thought is that we are not going to have an approval tonight. So, I mean, just to move this along, given everything that I stated, I can make a motion, and then if someone wants to second, then we could vote, but I think we know what the outcome's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, we can do it that way. I'd like to get the city attorney's input before we do. I would, before we make a motion. So first I want to say I really appreciate all of the questions and the comments. I thought they were very well stated. That being said, I think my concerns on why I can't make the findings don't necessarily pertain to the answers to those questions. I would like to read into the record the findings that I am unable to make at some point, but I would first like to defer to the city attorney on how this is logistically interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is, so thank you for that question. I will just go through, and of course, any commissioner can make a motion, and with a second, there would be a vote on that motion. As has been noted, as this approval includes a rezoning, basically a zoning amendment, per the bylaws, it would require 4 to approve any motion to approve this action, because all of the other actions are subsequent to the zoning and stem from the zoning action. However, there's no motion in your, and if a motion to approve were to fail, that would be an effective denial because there wasn't enough to pass that motion. Any motion to affirmatively deny could be made with a 3-2, but there is no resolution in the packet right now. So that would be a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution with certain findings.
For another meeting.
For another meeting. So, and that would require 3 votes.
May I ask, I am under the impression that this is a recommendation to council either way, and that a recommendation of denial or a recommendation for, if it does not receive support, would both of those things go to council, or if, right, we're recommending body in this
Yes, you're recommending to the
instance.
council, but then there's also appealable actions.
Right.
Because the use permits and the tree permits, et cetera, are final actions by the planning commission.
Got it. Okay, that's very clear.
So there's
a lot.
There's a lot.
Okay. Go ahead. I feel like, Vice Chair, you haven't had a chance to
Would
say
any
your
of
piece.
those other permits go through with a simple majority of who we have here?
That's an excellent question, and because those other permits would be based on a finding that it's consistent with the municipal code, any permits have to be consistent with the municipal code. If the rezoning is not approved and there is no rezoning, which is a requirement, it would be difficult to make the finding that it's consistent with the municipal code.
Okay. Vice Chair, did you want to offer anything? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Oh, no, I
just wanna make sure you have a
tried to
chance.
hold it back because I just didn't want to waste everyone's time for how much time we've spent. We're all here. Just for the record, I'm not against development in the quarry in any way. And I'd like to commend the applicant. I actually think, although I can't find the findings that were presented before me, which is my only job tonight, I don't think that this project is altogether as bad as people have made it to seem. I understand a little more about your industry than I think some of the people making claims. I'm sorry for everything you had to deal with and for all the grief you got from the community. We're passionate people. We have an opinion. You presented a very thoughtful project given the outcome that you guys wanted to have. I wish that it wasn't so hard to do anything in this state and in this area. And I think you've been presented a very tall order. I appreciate all the work that you guys put into this. That being said, I still can't find the findings I'm required to find as commissioner tonight.
Can I have a word?
Please.
Even though I am very much not in favor of this, I feel we're doing the public a disservice by not finishing with our questions. Because if this does get appealed and we haven't finished our work and we shoot it down without finishing our work, there's not a complete enough record to be appealed on. Our voices are being muted and we're being muzzled. And I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that, just to be clear.
We should absolutely, each person should have whatever, you should.
Well, I'm interested in knowing what the rest of Lauren's questions are, for example. I mean,
my first question is, what would the truck trips per day be? What would be, if we were to add a condition to tonight's, time to go. See, they spoke. They don't want to hear the rest. They're ready for it to be done.
I understand, but we have a duty, we have a responsibility to see this through.
What would be the revised truck trips that staff would recommend per day, consistent with condition of approval number 9?
That was something we tried to arrive at, to put it in the condition. It was very difficult without having all the information we would need. Where is the dirt being acquired from? How long does it get to haul? And what are the logistics that the dirt moving company has to, take into account, like number of trucks they have. So all those kind of logistics we did not have access to. So that's why we did not put a number, because yes, we could have done a simple extrapolation saying if it's 161 truck trips for, the 873,000 cubic yards, how much can it be for the 583? We kind of went that route, but we weren't sure if that was actually going to be something we can condition, so we did not go there. And that is why we came up with a way to request the applicant to tell us, okay, what is it that you need to do? What are the logistics? How do you get this done? Because I'm not a dirt expert and I don't know. So, and then based on that, we would be able to condition the project and enforce that.
Can we add a condition that says
limiting it?
That they'll be limited based on city engineer's discretion or something. I would really like to see a condition specific for the truck trips. Because the traffic and just visualizing the amount of hauling needed for this project really saddens me. Go ahead.
Okay. If you're interested, the applicant has some information they could provide on that, if you're interested to know more.
Through the chair, I'd like to hear. Yes, please.
If I understand your question correctly, it's given the cap offered in contingency number 9 of 100,000 cubic yards for the first 2 years, the relative daily cap of truck trips, like the way it could be written in my view, would be that the applicant shall never exceed 100,000 cubic yards imported within the first 2 years, but for the avoidance of doubt, the total amount of truck trips per day shall not exceed 85. Yeah.
That, I'm not an expert on hauling, but that sounds good to me.
One thing I'd like to add, however, is the math between 200,000 and 583,000, the 383,000. Commissioner Wright's estimation of 6 years was accurate, provided, however, that the truck trips would be capped at 161 per day. So if the desire of the commission was to reduce the overall timeline of the project to be at no more of a maximum, say, than 5 years, that daily truck trip maximum would go up considerably. But we could absolutely operate within those conditions.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep it within 6 years if the cap between years 2 and 6 were 161. Okay?
And you stated it much clearer than I was, so thank you. That's kind of what I was getting at. Like we could either have reduced amount of truck trips per day, and that would extend the length of the project potentially, or we have a shorter project but need to increase the amount of truck trips per day.
Do we have anyone from Public Works here?
I think we have a consultant. Thank you, Mr. Gilmartin.
I would just be interested to know, at that intersection, with that traffic pattern, what Public Works' opinion would be of what would be the maximum amount of truck trips during non-drop-off hours from, say, 7:30 till 9. What would that look like? So we could get a better idea of, okay, how long would the project be?
Yeah, and I don't know if we're putting too much speculation in it, and that's where I see it going cyclically, where it's like, okay, less truck trips, but oh shoot, what if that turns into a longer project? Do you have any input?
Jill Barnes again, CSG Consultants. Without having studied the intersection, and it's a really difficult question, or it's a difficult answer to provide. I mean, typically you would need to do traffic counts and understand how many truck trips are there normally, and then add the number of estimated. And I, quite frankly, don't have enough familiarity with the intersection to answer, and it hasn't been studied, and we don't have traffic counts, so I'm sorry, I can't offer more.
Okay.
Sure. May I ask one follow-up question on that? At that traffic light, is that a city adjustable timing sequence, or is that Caltrans?
It is likely a Caltrans traffic signal if that intersection at Reina Del Mar is a Caltrans right-of-way.
Does anyone have?
Oh, I have plenty more questions.
Please.
Could, in listening to the applicant, my understanding was a danger to people. So it seems like falling is one of the considerations on why we would need to work on that. And it seems to me that there may be another alternative to falling. They're called fences. And we could put a fence at the bottom to stop whatever debris may be falling from hitting people. Is that something that we could condition into it to eliminate the need for quite so much fill?
Could you just ask your question again? I'm sorry. Instead of
Okay.
requiring fill, are you saying to put fences in certain areas?
To stop people from being able to fall down the bluff, and at the bottom of the bluff where material may fall on somebody, that's another danger. We could put a fence there to stop them from going into the fall zone.
You know, just my general thoughts, although, you know, I'm not an engineer, would be that putting a fence and not filling the slopes may not comply with the SMARA requirements, where you have to have a 2-to-1, where you have to conform to the natural contours. There are other
Well,
requirements.
that's
in SMARA.
if you're saying that you need to reclaim that because it's dangerous. If it's not dangerous, you don't need to reclaim it. Leastwise, that was my understanding of our discussion of earlier.
That was more focused on the erosion danger. So are you saying similar to along Highway 1, where there's rock slides and then there's a giant mesh? I don't know. I mean, I don't know much about SMART.
It would actually leave more developable land. It would actually be in the benefit of the owner. It wouldn't necessarily be in the benefit of the applicant, but it would certainly be in the benefit of the owner.
My understanding is that the site does need to be reclaimed pursuant to SMARA. So because it is a mine that's no longer in use and does require that reclamation. So I don't think that...
That site or that area? That particular part of that area?
The overall site does. I can't really speak to the one particular
Has staff
area.
spoken with them about the Department of Mine Reclamation, the SMART people? Have they spoken with them to know exactly what parts of the quarry they've deemed necessary for reclamation?
I have not, but I'm not sure if the previous director had. I will have to look up what information is in our files on that. All that we know is DMR was contacted on both the projects, and they have provided us comments. But other than that, I'm not sure what other conversations have happened between SMARA and the city.
Okay. I actually have a question for the applicant. let's suppose that by some miracle we approve this plan.
That would be a miracle.
And you have a boatload of trucks coming to us. How long of a turnout lane would you need for trucks to pile up on to not affect traffic?
On Highway 1?
Yes.
By our estimation, we have plenty of space on site where we don't need to queue any trucks on Highway 1. There's plenty of space on the eastern parcel combined with the queuing lane in the western parcel, which we call the quarry parcel. And the
But that may be true past the light. I'm talking about the uphill part of the light.
I'm not sure I totally understand your question, because if I just describe it in the context of trucks, you have enough room on site to queue 40 trucks.
Right, but you don't before the light. That's where the traffic is.
Okay.
And so what I'm asking is, I guess basically what I'm asking is, how big a queue space do you need?
The eastern parcel provides us enough room to store 40 trucks.
Before the light, how much queue space do you need?
Trucks are going to be spaced at a cadence of not to exceed one every 5 minutes. That would be like in the maximum how you would expect trucks to show up. Commissioner Ferguson could probably explain, when you're loading trucks, these kinds of trucks anyway, it generally takes 5 to 7 minutes per load. And so as each truck is leaving the site of origin, it's showing up spaced generally 5 to 7 minutes between loads. That would be in the maximum. And so when they arrive on site, one of the benefits of the site that we have is that it is so large. And so we're able to queue trucks on site. I put it this way, if in the first 2 years we're only allowed to bring in a maximum of 86 or 85 truck trips, it's essentially equivalent to 40 infill loads. We could take everything that we need in a day and have all the trucks queued on site and have them leave all at 5 minutes after each other. In other words, like minimally impact the amount of traffic. The thing I can't predict is when the site of origin, where the material is coming from, at what pace they need to remove it. And so in order to be accommodating of that project, we need to essentially be open from 7 to 5 business hours. And so while I understand what your concern is, I don't think it's entirely a feasible concern, or I don't see it practically happening.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, sir.
Let me turn my question then back to staff. Any idea what the average light sequence time is for a four-way intersection?
Commissioner Wright, if you don't mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, the haul route is when trucks that are full of soil, when they enter the site, they are not turning right at Reina Del Mar, correct? They're turning right before, if they're headed southbound on Highway 1, they turn right, is it before or after Reina Del Mar?
After.
After?
So they would go straight through Reina Del Mar, but they exit.
And they turn where the boulders are?
Yeah.
Correct.
But when after they dump at the site, they exit Reina Del Mar, but they turn left to go northbound.
And they're not allowed to turn right going southbound on Highway 1. They're only allowed to turn left continuing northbound on Highway 1.
Right.
And doesn't that then make a problem for pickup as well as drop-off?
For school? Yeah, that was another one of my
That's a
things.
contingency we would totally find acceptable.
Sorry, I just wanted to add that because I thought there was a little bit of missing.
I was confused. Thank you for
But to your point, Commissioner Wright, there would be queuing if there's a red light at Reina Del Mar. There's still trucks that want to go straight through it, so potentially they would queue up with the rest of the traffic.
With the rest of the traffic is different than a whole bunch of trucks getting stuck at the light waiting
to turn right.
Then just exacerbating a problem already.
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to add that.
I only got about 10 more, but go ahead.
May I just jump in? It's my understanding in previous meetings that on the ingress route, which is the boulder-covered ingress route, there is no queue on Highway 1.
That's correct.
That's my understanding. It's flowed or designed to be flowed, basically make the right and keep going. You're not stopping and queuing on the shoulder.
Correct.
And then the only queue could possibly be southbound at, like was just pointed at the traffic light, assuming you could have whatever the cadence is, like I said, of the trucks. So you could have 2-3 trucks queued at the red light southbound before the ingress, but they would basically turn straight in without stopping.
Correct.
Thank you.
Would you be willing to consider like a monthly review of the traffic stuff? And if we need to make adjustments, be willing to work with staff?
Yes.
To make adjustments? Okay. Let's see. When it comes down, another quick question for you. We haven't really spoken at all about the native tribes' rights at all. Would you consider putting a trail around your wetland area, putting a plaque up in acknowledgement of the local tribes, since you are making a very natural, preserved, protected species place as a tribute to the people that came before?
I do not own the land. If I own the land, I would absolutely do that. And the only reason why I have to condition what I say there is because that's ultimately up to Mr. Hewley. From everything that I know about Mr. Hewley, he would absolutely do that.
Okay, I probably shouldn't ask that question, and I apologize if I shouldn't.
Actually, Mr. Hewley would do that. He has agreed to consider, as part of a future specific plan process, to incorporate features for the Native American community.
Did he have any further suggestions about that?
Well, no, because we haven't been in the planning process.
Oh.
So this was in furtherance of, should anything ever happen in the future, that was something that would be considered as part of a planning, specific plan process for future development, if that were to ever happen after reclamation was initiated.
Okay. And then back to legal counsel again. Can we talk about water testing conditions for both the stream and the ocean, not just for during the project, but also for a number of years after, to see what kind of effects happens after many years of rain and some of this stuff perks through the soil and goes out into the ocean?
Yes, and thank you for that question. My concern about imposing conditions regarding ongoing testing, for example, in ocean testing, et cetera, is that we don't have, through our environmental review, information in the record to support the necessity for that testing, especially if we're doing all the testing of the soil as it's brought in. So I think it could be difficult to impose a condition like that, but certainly we can, ensure maybe, on-site testing of streams. The ocean's going to be more difficult to do, but stream testing. And I don't know if Rod, if you have any additional thoughts.
Rod Stinson with Rainey. We did the EIR. As part of the last proposed project submitted at the last hearing, the applicant did do or commit to do testing of the water upstream and downstream of the discharge location. But as Karen mentioned, testing in the ocean would be a little more difficult as far as pinpointing where the potential impacts might be. But the testing that they've already committed to do would get at whether the proposed project is elevating any kind of constituents in the...
Okay, I see a couple of my other commissioners want to jump in, so.
Commissioner Redfield, I'm going to go to you. I'm going to take a turn, and then I'll give a last chance for comments, and then let's go.
I still have 3 more that I want to get to.
We're going to do Commissioner Redfield right now, and then we can come back to you.
Quick one on Clara Creek. That is, Clara Creek, they have a lab at the wastewater plant. It's my understanding that Clara Creek is tested regularly for output. That'd be a Public Works, obviously, question. for obviously fecal coliform, any bacteria is going in to the watershed. That would kind of preclude ocean testing because you're obviously testing it before it would get there. Is that, I'm pretty sure that that is a regular test that's done at the treatment plant for output to before, as it exits the plant, as it goes to, because it's treated as basically clean water. You could, not quite drink it, but almost. So that could obviously pick up anything before it goes to the ocean. Would that be part of, in other words, could that test for sediments or toxins be included in their regular testing of the water? Is that to simply add items, that they're looking clearly what comes out of the plant, but they could also add in the lab, in the in-house lab, to see what may or may not be additional above their normal testing.
I don't know the lab's capabilities, but it sounds likely that they do test for coliform on a regular basis. It could be through a partnership with that water recycling plant or the treatment plant that is pulling those samples to, if their lab isn't capable of doing those tests, they could probably send them somewhere to test for those components that you want tested, or
I believe they are a fully capable water testing lab,
Okay.
in my experience in the lab. So just if that could be even conditioned into the process for the testing, that would kind of alleviate the ocean issue, because that's the source.
Absolutely.
So Commissioner Ray, I'm going to go to your 3 questions.
Okay.
I'm going to take a turn, and then I'll go back to you if you have more.
Okay. I would like to actually ask my fellow commissioners a question, if that's all right. If we 100% certain knew that the dirt we were going to fill in the quarry was clean, like let's suppose that for some reason the non-contaminated part of Sharp Park up the hill needed to have all that dirt that's been there forever and nobody's messed with it, was going to be taken across the highway and put in there, would we think differently about it?
It does not change whether or not I can make the findings, which I will go through. But for me, no.
I'm still the undecided one, but no.
Okay. Sorry to put you guys on the spot. I'd also like staff to just briefly explain what in layman's terms, not so much for me, but for the public, about why we need to do the zoning change and what the zoning change means and what the differences are between the two.
The reason for the zoning change is because it needs to be zoned to PD because it's in the Hillside Preservation District. So it's not like the applicant is looking for a change from one zoning use to another zoning use. The actual uses on the site will not change. And the specific plan that's being mentioned and the development plan are also not, it's not a specific plan in the same definition as the specific plan that the city will be proceeding with for the project site, but the specific plan that is being recommended for approval really is more like a permit. So the name is really, a misnomer, since it really acts more as a permit, just to allow the grading and the proposed reclamation. Again, it's not changing the ultimate permitted uses of the site.
Right. And just to be clear, it's not our job to make a plan. It's not staff's job to make a plan. It's the applicant's plan. And then our job is to decide if that passes muster. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then could you explain to me the Ramaytush review process and why you came briefly and why you came to the findings you did?
Yes, of course. So we did, staff did review the letter that was sent, and the items that were noted in the letter in terms of cultural and tribal cultural resources on the site. And the applicant also provided some additional studies that were done, so site-specific review of the site, and we provided that information to Rainey, who then did an additional memo that is in your packet that the additional review supports the analysis in the EIR in terms of cultural and tribal cultural resources, and there are that the impacts could be mitigated with the mitigation measures that are in the EIR. And there are mitigation measures in the event that any cultural or tribal cultural resources are located during any of the work.
And how was that communicated to the Ramatush?
I am not aware of how that was communicated or whether.
Okay.
But
That's it for now.
Okay. Well, I don't think it will shock anyone to say that I feel like a lot of the questions that we are asking are very specific, and I think it's thoughtful to think about conditions of approval and important, but I very simply just cannot make some really big findings, and I'm going to go through the findings that I cannot make. So if we're looking at the resolution, on the third, be it further resolved, item 2.
Can you give a packet page, please?
Don't have a packet page because I download stuff oddly.
Okay.
Let me try. Let me try.
Perhaps staff can help you.
I think the vice chair is going to come to my rescue here. But I'll just read it, Commissioner Berman, so that we're kind of on the same page.
Page 32.
There we go. So this is talking about each unit of development being able to exist independently. And this is the start of where the resolution starts to talk about, for example, in particular, the resulting use of the project site prepares the site for its end use in accordance with the 2040 general plan and includes trail networks, et cetera, et cetera. And before tonight, I was thinking about this, and we don't know the end use because we haven't done a specific plan. And I don't understand how I can make a finding that this reclamation is consistent with the general plan without knowing what that specific plan looks like. I think, if you go to the very next one, it talks about minimizing grading. This is 3B. It says minimize grading to the maximum extent practicable in a manner that is consistent with the other objectives and maintains a maximum 2-to-1 slope on the site. And while I concur that a maximum 2-to-1 slope on the project site is what's proposed, we know clearly that what's in the application is an average 3-to-1 slope. So to me, there's no way I can say that this application minimizes grading. If I keep going to H, it again talks about facilitating the City of Pacifica 2040 general plan vision for the Rockaway Quarry site, preparing it for its end use. And then if I skip to 5, on that same kind of page, it talks about any proposed commercial development can be justified economically at the location proposed and will provide adequate commercial facilities for the area. On the analysis of that, it very aptly says that commercial development is not proposed as part of the reclamation. And so for me, I don't understand how we can make finding 3H that we're consistent with the general plan vision, which is to have commercial, and per the staff report, is 2 different types of commercial on the land use document, and also make finding 5 that there's no commercial. It's like we're so far ahead of the horse that it just, none of this makes sense to me. And so a lot of my comments on the resolution kind of pivot around that. But we also have other findings that I don't think we can make. So I don't know if it's consistent to fill areas marked for conservation with non-native soil. I don't know how we can say that that is consistent with the general plan. I don't understand the specific plan that's being proposed here. I know it's not the same as the specific plan process, but since we haven't seen an actual specific plan, I don't know how we can say we've analyzed one.
I think that was one of my questions that staff clarified.
It's different.
It's
a different specific
different.
plan, and there's no true development plan, but there's not even a single page. Do you know what I mean? And there's,
I think it's the nomenclature that Pacifica uses. But, okay, keep going, sorry.
okay. And then I'll just, there's more of the CEQA ones that are hard, but the one that says the reclamation plan has to be reviewed pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and the city's environmental review guidelines, and all significant adverse impacts from reclamation of the surface mining operations are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. Whether or not they're mitigated, they're certainly not mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. And I think we've had a lot of conversations about why that's so. So that's why my answer on whether or not the fill is clean doesn't really matter. The truck trips to me don't really matter, right?
Is that a complete list, though? Because I think it's important to have a complete record.
Sure. I'll keep going. On the same page, again, it says that there is an average 2-to-1 slope on the project site under what's being proposed. That is not true. It's 3-to-1, as we've discussed. And then when you get into the CEQA findings on sheet A2, I have a hard time particularly with A and B. I feel like we maybe have not had some of the technical information that's referred to in those findings. So that's the full list, I believe. Yeah, that's the full list. And that's a lot of findings that I cannot make. So I appreciate.
I support most of them.
Yeah, and I appreciate the discussion we're having, and I think it's really important because this does go to council, and I think it's important that council does hear, okay, well, if we decide we want to overrule, like, again, I don't know how the vote is going to go. It looks like it's not going to pass. But if this does go to council, I think it's important that they hear what the conditions of approval would be if they decide that they disagree with us. But for me, I can't justify it. So,
Can I?
please.
I agree with the majority of what you said. So I'm kind of with you there, especially because I think it's important to be clear for the record in case, well, we don't really know what's going to happen past us. My understanding is that the fill alternative does not propose a 3-to-1 slope. It proposes a 2-to-1 between the two new, we called them pad elevations, but it's the top of the reclamation area, which is elevation 135.
Indeed.
Then 2-to-1 slope, then elevation 85. And I think it's important that it's clear, assuming that I'm correct, that it's a 2-to-1 slope, no longer with this fill alternative is it a 3-to-1 slope.
You know, I'm getting it from the staff report that says, and again, I'm sorry, I don't have a packet page, but it says 723,000 total cubic yards of earthwork while obtaining 70,000 cubic yards of cut from grading the hilltop to a 3-to-1 slope, representing a further reduction in the amount of imported fill compared to the previous reclamation plans. So while there are areas that have gone to a 2-to-1 slope, absolutely, and that was how some of this cubic yardage has been cut down, it's a 3-to-1 average.
My understanding was that table in the staff report was provided by the applicant, but the conditions are assuming the 2-to-1. Or I guess, do you mind clarifying? I really just want to understand exactly so it's clear for the record. Because again, we know, I think, how this is going to go tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everyone's thinking, just because I've been dying of curiosity, why the carve out for Santa Clara County only to exclude?
That was one of my questions too.
That was to ensure that we didn't have any impact to our GHG analysis.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. He can answer your question on the slopes, by the way.
Oh, please. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the only area the 3-to-1 slopes is at the very top of the hill type, north of the shear zone. So that accounts for 70,000 cubic yards of the cut material. And then all of the fill material that we're talking about, essentially the 653,000 yards of fill is the 2-to-1 slope arrangement.
And that's a proposed slope, the 3-to-1,
At
or
the-
is it existing?
It's proposed,
Proposed, okay, so you're right.
Yes.
but it's
But-
not to be misconstrued as an average.
Sure.
The 70,000 yards of cut is a 3-to-1 cut.
Thank you for your.
All the fill is a 2-to-1.
Thank you for your clarification. So I'm kind of.
I have one more thing that I'd like to get on the
Please.
record.
I wanted to do one more too, but you go
Everybody,
first.
everybody should say their piece.
When it comes down to the actual soil testing, I would be very much in favor of every X number of loads at the site, the source site, that gets tested. And then every load that shows up gets not only tested but mapped.
All right.
One more item that I wanted to talk about for the record. It hasn't been brought up, which I was actually kind of surprised about. So we are talking about how do I state this? So we're talking about potentially approving for a specific plan process in parallel with the reclamation of the quarry. I want to make it clear that I do not think the quarry itself location is a proper location for new development. Because I know we're talking about reduced fill, and because we would be building pads in the future for the specific plan, therefore we don't need as much import. I don't want anyone to get confused that I think we would build a pad in the middle of the quarry. I don't think that's an appropriate place for development. If development were to happen in the quarry, I think it should go east of Calera Creek. So I just wanted to clarify that, even though it didn't come up. And then lastly, I just kind of want to know how we proceed forward. I mentioned this before, for the sake of us moving forward, I am willing to make a motion consistent with what's provided in the staff report, if someone would second it, and then we all vote, and I think we know how the vote will turn out.
So I'll defer to City Attorney Murphy, and I would also ask that to clarify, if someone makes a motion or a second, do they have to vote in favor or against? Like, if you make a motion for something, you can still vote against it?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so if I made the motion consistent with what's presented in the staff report, wouldn't I have to vote yes, consistent with the motion that I just read? Because I'm moving it?
Yeah, typically that would be what you do because you're moving the item, but I'm not aware of a legal requirement or anything in our procedures that would
So
require
I
that.
could make the motion and then another commissioner would second it, but then we could have a 5-0 vote.
Does staff need a minute to confirm this?
I'll look through the procedures to see.
Would you like us to take a 5-minute recess?
Actually, yes.
All right, we'll be taking a recess and reconvening at 11:22.
Sorry.
That question you should be asked a while ago, 'cause that was-
Apprise us of what the rules are.
Yes, and we did not find anything that would require the maker of the motion to vote in favor of the motion.
Okay.
The maker of the motion can vote however
Okay.
the maker would desire.
Thank you.
What would that, is it an effective denial still?
So it would, if this motion fails, then the project would be effectively denied, absent any other substitute motion.
And it doesn't matter that it's a 0 to 5 vote.
It might matter to city council if they review this, or to other agencies that review this.
Yeah, that's true. But, sorry. If I made the motion that's in the packet, and then we all voted no, it's still just an effective denial. It's not like something weird, different, or like a pure denial or anything.
Yes, if that motion fails, then, and there's no other subsequent action, the resolution is effectively denied. No action is taken on, basically no action is taken. So no action is taken on CEQA. It would be as if the Planning Commission's not approving the permits or recommending.
Okay,
Could I ask a quick point of clarification? Is it staff's opinion that this procedure, considering our deliberations and the likely outcome, that this is our best course of action, or do they have an alternative course of action to suggest?
I think that's up to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission's, other action would be if someone wants to make a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution for denial based on the findings that were noted, and that motion has a second to that motion, then there would be a vote on that motion. If that motion passes, then staff would bring back a resolution. If that motion does not pass, project's still effectively denied.
And
go ahead, Vice Chair.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Or can I before? Because I understand that we don't have full control after tonight, I want to make sure that whatever we send forward to City Council has the conditions that were stated in this staff report presented to us today. Because if there's an appeal, if let's say we have effective denial and then it's appealed to City Council, or City Council agrees with us and it's denied, but then it's appealed to DMR, I think it's important that all these things we said are in the record for future agencies to see. If Planning Commission directed staff to write a motion of denial, do we lose all the conditions that we just talked about potentially? And it reverts back to just the applicant's proposal? Because I think we did, granted, it's not approvable, we made a lot of progress over the past year.
Well, certainly.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy, sorry.
And I did just want to note that certainly staff would, on any appeal or action at the council on the rezoning, provide information on the Planning Commission's deliberations. And specifically, if the Planning Commission directs staff to include those conditions, include all that discussion, so that it's clear and part of the council's deliberations. And also, it technically at this point is part of the record because it's in the minutes. And
what about after that, though? Let's suppose the next step after that.
The next step after council. So any council action would be de novo, and then DMR's appeal would be from the council's action.
And would they review our findings as well as?
Likely not.
So that's informative.
I'm sorry if I'm not seeing this correctly, but I feel that it's important that whatever denial is tagged with the project, that it's attached to the conditions that were presented to us today.
So let me jump in here. Can we ask staff, if this is appealed, which likely will be, to provide a discrete list of the conditions that were discussed by certain commissioners?
Yes.
Okay.
How can we best make sure that that list continues to live on past whatever happens at city council?
That will be up to first of all, it will be part of the record when it goes to city council, and then it will be part of the city council's action.
To explicitly state my concern, and this has been one of my fears all along, if City of Pacifica does not approve any reclamation plan, I am worried that the owner is going to go to DMR and just ask for 1 million cubic yards of fill, because that's what the EIR studied. And that's like, I will stay here for another 5 hours to do whatever I can to make sure that doesn't happen, because then everyone loses.
I share that fear, by the way.
I think that at some point, we have to do as a commission what we're being asked to do, which is decide if we can make findings. And if you can, then you should vote yes. And if you can't, then you should vote no. And at some point, we have to try, no decision that we make is in our control. Everything that we do is appealable to council, and everything that they do is appealable to Coastal Commission, and anything that state involvement has to do with can go to the Regional Water Quality Control Board or HCD or whatever it is, right? So I understand the desire and the concern, but I don't think we can do more than having a discrete list and asking council to do their part in reading and analyzing whether or not they agree with us or they want to look at that list. But at some point, we can't control the state. At some point, we have to let go and do our job, which is right here now.
Is there any benefit to taking the effective denial approach versus just a pure motion to deny? And
I mean, I think that's up to the planning commission in terms of whether there's another motion to direct staff to bring back a resolution.
I'm just gonna go, well, do you want to do your motion or do you want me to do mine?
I would like you to do someone do a motion.
I don't know what page it's on. Can someone give me a packet page?
26.
220? No.
What?
That's 26.
Just 26. Just while we're on it, if please, the next time that we ask specifically for certain findings, can we avoid all of this by following the direction of the commission?
I move to adopt the attached resolution to certify the Rockaway Quarry Reclamation Plan Project Final Environmental Impact Report, State Clearinghouse Number 20200900036, in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Adopt the findings of facts in accordance with CEQA. Adopt the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, MMRP, in accordance with CEQA. Recommend that the City Council approve rezoning RZ 21022 and Development Plan DP 8622. Approve specific plan SP 17922. Quarry Use Permit UP 7116. Variance PV 53122, and tree permit TP 122, subject to the conditions of approval contained in the resolution and incorporate all maps and testimony into the record by reference, and incorporate the conditions noted during tonight's discussion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
That motion has failed.
Okay. Anyone aggrieved by the action of the Planning Commission has 10 calendar days to appeal the decision in writing to the City Council. If any of the above actions are challenged in court, issues which may be raised are limited to those raised at the public hearing or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Judicial review of any city administrative decision may be had only if a petition is filed with the court not later than the 90th day following the date upon which the decision becomes final. Judicial review of environmental determinations may be subject to a shorter time period for litigation. In certain cases, 30 days following the date of final decision. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next item.
So, all right. I just wanted to confirm for the record that as there was no substitute motion, the resolution was effectively denied.
Thank you. Ms. Murphy, can I move to commission communications? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So does anyone have a commission communication? Okay,
Not at this hour.
okay. Staff communications.
Nothing to report.
Okay. Then does someone have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
That motion passes.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.